No. It's a tiny nug.
Oh, shit.
But he does have a crown. Being watched, are we? Yes, we are. Ooh. You are very different. What the hell? Oh, here's a bunch. Time for some blood magic then. Oh, experimental subject. Are you okay? He does not look okay. Mushroom, mushroom. Badger, 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 badger. Anyone else know what I'm talking about? Give me my stuff back. Yes. Oh, yes. Slapped him. Holy shit, he got hit hard. And Liliana names it Schmooples. Oh, I love any finishing move that involves a shield bash to the face. Alright, time to be a gladiator again. Doing a Count Dooku and pulling the roof down. See, I love how the stealing missions in this game, you know, you never feel bad about them. So, I am Santa Warden. I sneak through the chimney to steal shit from rich nobles. Oh shit, that hurt. Slap, slap, stab. There you go. You can do it, game. I believe in you. Oh no, it's just bloody old Tegrin. Dude.
Coin, stranger.
Get out of here.
Weapon in arms, dwarven made.
Come on, shoot me. I have to be faster.
Just you and me.
Yeah, there we go. I see it. Can we? Yes, we can. Is this where I wanted to go? I'm not even sure. Stupid. Parry that. Can parry that though. Ooh, yeah. I'd hate to fall down. Force powers are fun.
Oh no! Oh no! No no!
Oh no 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 is right. Booyah!
Hold on, I'm on my way.
How the hell am I meant to fight an ATST? It's not a many thing.
It's meant to be upsetting. It's meant to be scary. That's the whole...
Oh, these guys, I think, have their own friendly bots. Yeah,
Bastards.
okay,
Where's
you're
our
gonna shoot at me,
Where's
but open the gate so... Whoa, hello!
You can open the gate, yep. As you commanded.
I yeeted a body.
What's in
Did
the
I just
chair?
yeet a body at that thing? I wasn't expecting
in the
that,
chair?
but I'll take it.
What's in the chair? What's in the chair? Turn right. What's in the chair?
Yeah, we saw
What the
that.
fuck is that?
What did he say?
Yeah, that'll show you to your room. Except we don't got a spare room, you big lug.
Yes, we do.
No. Flark, no. Hey, Groot, you give her yours. I got a lot of important scud in mind.
I'm glad it's this ending and not
do
the
have a
really
spare room.
sad one. How many sad endings were there? Ugh, a lot.
A lot. Yes, awesome. Oh, bad timing.
Drax, toss it!
Drax, throw the thingy. Yes, good hit. Oh, we might have got a little bit of damage. It's fine.
They don't call me Star-Lord!
Oh, dick shot for Grizz! That was an amazing dick shot. Wah.
Can't keep outrunning the whole army. You've got
What does this say? The ancient stories speak of a natural light that leaked from... All right. Good morning, good afternoon. Let me try that again. Alrighty, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. This is Nerdedness. I'm Shade. How we doing? It is bonus weekend stream time. Doing something a little extra off the normal schedule. The purpose of today's stream is to just sort of hang out a bit. I don't know, talk about whatever. Have a little bit of Diablo 2 Resurrected playing in the background. There's a bit of hype building for Diablo 4. I will eventually be playing it, but not yet. And we're also going to be covering off some info today on modding, why you might choose to mod Diablo 2, showing some of the mods I have installed, as well as some showcasing of the mods I have created for Diablo 2 as well. So that's what we're doing today. Now, as we play through this is going to be one of the most thorough playthroughs potentially I've ever done, because we're going to be listening to all of the story, all the dialogue, and all the cinematics. Now, I've been playing this game forever. I played the original when it first came out a lot. I played Diablo 2 Resurrected on Battle.net a fair bit when that was released in 2021. And now more recently I've been playing it a lot offline, in offline mode with mods. So that's what we're doing today. There's probably going to be some dialogue and some story elements that I haven't actually heard in a long time or ever or whatever, because I normally skip through it. So that is what we're doing today. How's everyone else doing? It is a Sunday. A Sunday, like chill out daytime before the actual whole week kicks off. We all doing all right? Grizz, you're doing all right? It's cool hanging out with you last night. That was awesome. Great to see you as always. Frosty is doing some lurking in the background, all good, and Midnight's on, so thank you very much as well. It's rain day. Yeah, rain day means chill out time, right? Just do nothing. And Big Vito, hey, welcome, man. Hope you're doing well. I don't even know what time it is for you. I need to pull out my world clock. What do I don't even have Florida on my thing. I've got the West Coast, but not the East Coast. I need to add it to my world clock so I know what time it is for you, but it must be like... Oh, San Fran, it's 10 p.m. So for you, it must be like after midnight? Yeah, 1 a.m. Guessed it. Awesome. Good drinking time, yeah. Well, you mentioned that, Grizz, because this is more of a, I guess... not one of my traditional types of streams. I'm usually very short, sharp, sweet, organized, and focused for my streams. Today's like a standard, just hang out and talk shit in the background kind of stream. So, beverages are indeed lined up, ready to go. Also got some water, always gotta have some water, yeah. And snacky snacks. So hope everyone else is ready to go. I have no idea how long we're going to be going for. We're just going to suck it and see. We're just going to see what happens. Anyway, we shall just get started, I think. Vito, you got 6.5 hours of work left to go. Oh, early in the shift for you. Oh, well, hopefully maybe we can distract you a little bit in the background. All right, so what do we need to do here? Cool. All right, so today we're playing a new character. Let us get started, please. Menu. So we are modded, so this is offline only. Now you can see some of my other characters here, including my test characters I've been using for creating my mods. But what we're going to be doing is creating a brand new Paladin. Paladin characters are characters I very rarely play in any kind of RPG, because the religious holy element, I just can't get into it as much. But anyway, because I've got all the other characters built, today we're doing Paladin. Oh, very dramatic. So Grizz, Vito, this stream is 6 hours, right? I honestly don't know. It could well be. We're just going to keep going and see how we go. Grizz, you just drained the catch can from your ute. Lovely oil. Oh, gross. Yep. Catch cans really do catch a lot of crap. Anyway, in theme, Shadriel shall be our Paladin character. I think that's it. Now, do we get the opening cinematic?
Good day.
I don't think we do. We get Warrive pestering us here. Alright, well, hang on, let's... I think we need the first cinematic, the opening cinematic, which I think is Sister's Lament. Ariash! Yes, opening cinematic. complete with re-rendered. So even in the original release for this game, the cinematics looked amazing. Now obviously they looked nowhere near as good as this. They have since further re-rendered or AI upscaled them. I don't know what Blizzard did, but they look even better. And so here we open on poor Marius, who's in some kind of asylum. We don't really know, but he's old man muttering to himself. It doesn't sound like a good place. Maybe it's a prison. I don't know. Some strange person comes and sits down.
So, Marius, at last I find you.
Teriel.
Yes, now I recognize you. I should have known you'd travel in disguise. They're always watching.
I've been searching for you for a long time, Marius. I was rather beginning to think you didn't want to be found.
He didn't.
Oh, forgive me, Tyrael, please. It wasn't my fault.
Not your fault. Tell me, Marius, how was it not your fault?
The Wanderer. Yes, it was the Wanderer. My days at the Rogue Citadel seem so long ago. I sought refuge from my memories in the company of other outcasts, high in the mountains past the Eastern Gate.
Just slouched in the corner, having a smoke. I mean, the subtitles call out every sound, even the...
I fought sleep for days at a time. For when I dreamt, the memories would return. Memories of the monastery. And the evil which had claimed it. Dreams, memories. I couldn't tell the difference anymore.
So I don't really understand.
Evil from my dreams followed me at my heels. How had he found me here? How could this broken shell of a man, barely able to carry the weight of his own sword, be the burning terror which drove me to hide here?
So he had been with the Wanderer originally? In the monastery? That's the one bit I'm not sure on. I know the rest of the story now, but...
He seemed to have demons of his own. He struggled to contain.
He does. So I'm just not entirely sure where Marius was originally remembering and dreaming about. He's talking about the monastery, so this is beyond the monastery, perhaps. Oh, now it's all on.
As I watched, I became convinced that I was truly mad. The terror, the destruction, the evil I witnessed. How else could I explain them? Were these the demons from my dream, or were they born within the Wanderer?
I think the answer is yes, Marius, to all of the above. Pulls it back in. Right. And they disappear once more. It's not the it's not what you're smoking, Marius. That's not what's at play here. It's legit.
Why did I follow him? I don't know. Why do things happen as they do in dreams?
Oh, I just saw the dead guy there.
Is that when he beckoned, I had to follow him. And from that moment, we traveled together east. Always into the east.
Right, cool. Now, it has been... I don't think I've watched this cinematic since Diablo 2 Resurrected came along. I don't think I've watched it at all. I think I always skipped the opening cinematics when you launched the game, because they usually play as you launch the game. Alright, so, Grizz, bringing some info. Was Marius in the first Diablo? As I understand it, he was not. So... although Marius has no presence in the game itself, he is only referred to once after his death by Deckard Cain in the expansion. He is a vital character, fueling the story through his actions. Now, the expansion of Diablo 2 or Diablo 1? Anyway, I guess maybe it's left a bit vague. But also, the story for Diablo is also incredibly vague. Unless you pay attention. Like, I played this game originally so much, not knowing a lot about what was really going on. But now, I'm a lot more familiar. Now, there's a lot more information about. And with the lore expansion to Diablo 3 and Diablo 4, it paints more of the universe together as well. And we're going to talk through some of that today. So, we open with Marius in that cinematic. He is talking to someone. Some weird person, some creepy person who has sat down in his cell. And he's recalling back. He's reflecting on past events. How far past? We're not entirely sure. But he's telling his story about what happened with the Wanderer. He thinks he's talking to Tyrael. He's hallucinated with the person sitting in the light, in the window, thinking it's Tyrael. And he's talking to Tyrael. Who the hell is Tyrael? Ah, we'll find out. And who is he really talking to? Ah, we'll find that out too. But anyway, he's referring to... I'm assuming he is talking about when he fled the monastery. He was at some tavern, wherever that was just now. We don't know. But the rogue monastery was overrun. And that is why we now find ourselves in the rogue camp here. The rogues have been ejected from their monastery. The survivors are here. Others have either been killed or corrupted by some kind of demonic influence. And we'll talk more on that, I guess, as some of this story unfolds. We are playing a paladin. And let's get all the dialogue from the characters, because I don't even know the last time I did that.
Well met, noble paladin. It's been a while since I've seen any of your kind in the West. It would be an honor to aid you in any way that I can. No doubt you've heard about the tragedy that befell the town of Tristram. Well, some say that Diablo, the Lord of Terror, walks the world again. I don't know if I believe that, but a dark wanderer did travel this route a few weeks ago. It was headed east to the mountain pass guarded by the rogue monastery. Maybe it's nothing, but evil seems to have trailed in his wake. You see, shortly after the Wanderer went through, the monastery's gates to the pass were closed, and strange creatures began ravaging the countryside.
Yep.
Until it's safer outside the camp and the gates are reopened, I'll remain here with my caravan. I hope to leave for Lutga Lane before the shadow that fell over Tristram consumes us all. If you're still alive then, I'll take you along. You should talk to Akara, too. She seems to be the leader of this camp. Maybe she can tell you more.
We shall do that. So, Vito, I too know who he is he's talking to, and it's an awesome story reveal. It's very well done because it's only in the expansion for this game where you actually find out. Oh, or is it actually... No, it was at the end of the original game, but they had planned the expansion. That's right. So yeah, the end of the original game, you're like, what? What the hell? Epic reveal, what next? And then they did the expansion and then they filled in the rest of the info. Yes. Alright, so Wareve here, he's a trader. He travels about. He's talking about how the rogue monastery has been overrun, and the gates have been closed. And all seems to have been happening since a mysterious dark wanderer wandered through. Now, that wanderer also seems to have come from the lands of Tristram, the lands from the first Diablo game. Lord of Destruction expansion was indeed awesome, to the point where it made the whole game so much better, both in its quality, features, and even just extra gameplay improvements. Chalk and cheese. Original Diablo was alright. Sorry, the original Diablo 2 was alright. Lord of Destruction became essential, in my opinion.
I'll gladly take you eastward, if you can drive the evil from the monastery. Then the rogues may reopen the pass through the mountains.
Yes, indeed. So, is the monastery to the east, is it? I thought we are east. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm also playing on controller because controller is fantastic for Diablo games. So that's what we're doing now. We're just going to talk to everyone in camp, get some intros going.
Welcome, Outlander, to our glorious hovel. I know you're here to challenge the evil that's driven us from our ancestral home. But know this. Akara may be our spiritual leader, but I command the rogues in battle. It will take more than just killing a few beasts in the wilderness to earn my trust.
Fair enough. What else can you talk about?
Akara has been like a mother to me for as long as I can remember. She is wise and good, but I don't think she has the steel to retake our monastery by force.
Well, that's why we're lucky you're here, hey Kasha. Mercenary commander person. Elvin, yes, bonus stream, bonus hangout stream, exploring Diablo, as well as some info and tutorial materials as well. Let's get our map up in the corner. I don't know how long the rogues have been here because there's a full-on forge built at this camp. Either that or they've leveraged some other ruins to just recreate their camp. I don't know. But anyway, Charcy.
Hi there. I'm Charcy, the
here.
blacksmith here in camp. It's good to see some strong adventurers around here. Many of our sisters fought bravely against Diablo when he first attacked the town of Tristram. They came back to us true veterans, bearing some really powerful items. Seems like their victory was short-lived, though. Most of them are now corrupted by Andario.
Right, okay, so a lot of the rogues, because the rogues are... When I say rogues, like literal bow-wielding rogues, I don't know why they have a monastery, but it's the sister of the Sightless Eye Monastery. I don't know how you have rogues in a monastery, but anyway. So Tristram eventually became overrun, and the rogues were battling the forces that were coming out of there. Interesting. And they got some sweet loot as a result, until many of them either died or became corrupted themselves. Alright, let's talk to Geed. Oh boy, we don't move very fast, do we?
Good day to you, partner. I'm Geed, and I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp. A spare weapon, some gold, a small gem is all I want in exchange for the equipment you'll need on whatever quest you might undertake. No, don't be shy. All of my items are guaranteed for life and come with a 2-day warranty.
2 days, because he's hoping that you might have died by then if the item failed. So Vito, is Deckard Cain in this one? Oh, yes, he is. We have to rescue him. We will get to that shortly, but Deckard Cain is in this game. Actually, I was going to check, is there any gossip? For Geed. Man, we move slow. At the start of the game, everything is terrible. Any gossip?
Kara and Kasia are sisters in the Order of the Sightless Eye, but they are worlds apart. Kara is a slow river of magic. Kasia, a viper of war. They're both deeply devoted to their religious order.
I was going to say, this was, I forgot we can zoom in on this, so maybe I should do zooming in when we are doing dialogue. Vito, no stress at all, man. This is why we're playing it, to refresh everyone who might want to know, explore and explain a lot of the story and lore too, because a lot of it's a bit convoluted, it's not easy to understand everything that's going on.
Greetings. I am Akara, High Priestess of the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eye. I welcome you, traveler, to our camp, but I'm afraid I can offer you but poor shelter within these rickety walls. You see, our ancient sisterhood has fallen under a strange curse. The mighty citadel, from which we have guarded the gates to the east for generations, has been corrupted by the evil demoness Andariel. I still can't believe it. But she turned many of our sister rogues against us and drove us from our ancestral home. Now the last defenders of the sisterhood are either dead or scattered throughout the wilderness. I implore you, stranger, please help us. Find a way to lift this terrible curse, and we will pledge our loyalty to you for all time.
Oh, that's quite the claim. Like I say, I don't even know the last time I heard this.
Great evil in the wilderness. Kasia's rogue scouts have informed me that a cave nearby is filled with shadowy creatures and horrors from beyond the grave. I fear that these creatures are massing for an attack against our encampment. If you are sincere about helping us, find the dark labyrinth and destroy the foul beasts. May the Great Eye watch over you.
Alright, tutorial mission is upon us. Anything we can gossip about?
I understand that Cain is the last descendant of the ancient Horadrim, and that his knowledge of their lore is vast.
Well, we shouldn't talk about Cain yet, because we don't have Cain here, Akara. Come on, get the story in order. Moon, how you doing? Yes, bonus weekend stream. We're going to just tackle some random Diablo, well, semi-structured Diablo playthrough, as well as some instructional stuff along the way. Now, first things first, we're playing with mods, which are going to make some of the gameplay a little bit easier. So we're going to start dialing up the difficulty. Now, it's already set to 4 from a character I was playing the other day. I'm going to go 2. Players 2. For anyone who's a veteran of Diablo knows what that means. Effectively, the original game can have up to 8 players in one session, and the difficulty will scale with that. You can manually set, if you're playing an offline game, you can manually set how many players to simulate. So we've set it to players 2, which means it makes everything harder as if there was 2 players. It also means more experience. I like to start on at least players 2. Alright, we've got our mission. If I click across, we must go to the Den of Evil and cleanse it. Moon, you just got home, you're going to play some Assassin's Creed Valhalla, but Ubisoft's being a bitch.
I will cleanse this wilderness.
I will cleanse this wilderness, for I am Holy Man Paladin. With no gold, no equipment. Let's go. Now, how's the audio levels? I think they're okay. Okay, the music in this game. Oh, there's a hat already. Is really iconic. I love the sounds and the music. Even the wilderness sounds for Act 1. Let's my absolute favorite. I love the soundscape and the audio engineering of this game for Act 1, and they made it even better. The whole game's very good, but Act 1 is my favorite. The music in particular I love for this first act in this game. To the point where if I'm doing any random stuff like sorting out inventory or doing some crafting or whatever, I come back to Act 1 to do it, because I just like the soundscape better. Audio sounds good, cool. Yeah, well, they've improved it even better with the remaster for Resurrected. Alright, the Den of Evil.
Evil dwells within this cave.
Yes, it does. Now we can already spend... Yes. One skill set. We are using Might. We're going to be doing a Zealadin, I should have mentioned. So not Hammerdin. I've never been able to get around trying to create a Hammerdin. That's one of the most popular builds. We're going to be doing a Zealadin. If you don't know what that means, that's okay. Don't worry. So, our chosen... we shall put it on to, I guess, just the trigger button. There we go. Now, aura is set. You may have noticed there was no sound. One of the mods I have created is to mute aura sounds, because when there's lots of auras floating around and you have multiple people in your party, it gets very noisy. We'll explore that a bit more later. This is remastered. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. And I suspect, I don't know, I suspect this is the same engine that they built Diablo 4 on top of. Because Diablo 4 visuals are very similar, and this is a very high fidelity. Like, this game looks even better than Diablo 3. Now, admittedly, Diablo 3 had a lot of art and style changes that I didn't like. That's one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to Diablo 4. It's back to its dark, detailed themed. 4 is nice graphics, but D3, yeah, D3. I am going to play Diablo 3 again. I've played that a fair bit. I will play it again before I play Diablo 4, because I'm not playing Diablo 4 until it's settled in for a couple of months at least. And I don't know if I'll be streaming it. At this stage, I don't plan to, unless I do a bonus weekend stream. Maybe do a bonus weekend stream for Diablo 3, I don't know. Depends on how fast we can get through the story, because I'm trying to blitz through this a bit. I do know how to do some elements of this game quickly and efficiently, but apparently we're all very slow at the start. Couldn't stand 3. Yeah. Did you play it when it first released, Vito? Because, let me just set this. What is a sacrifice? That's heavy hits, right? Let's put it on that button. Because Diablo 3 was especially bad on first release. It got a lot better with the Reaper of Souls expansion. And that's when I started playing it. They had fixed a lot of the stupid shit. They had implemented adventure mode, which made it interesting for doing... Whoa, okay. That's hitting hard. Get some health back. But ultimately... I didn't love a lot of what they did with it compared to the styling and theming in particular of Diablo 2. Now, Corpse Fire, he's our first unique or special mob. He's always pretty tough. We got him. Now, I am going to be using some gear that I have collected and saved from my other characters. This is not a solo self-found playthrough. But we will be doing some solo crafting. Wow, solo's still probably not quite correct, but there's nothing traded with other players. It's all stuff I've found myself in my own playthrough. And we're going to be using my own crafting mod later. Crafting some gear specific to what we want. Moon, what annoyed you about 3, and because you played it at the beginnings, it felt so repetitive? Ah, yes, that was one of the big complaints too, right? Because there was no adventure mode, so it was literally play it on all the difficult levels and that's it. Whereas at least with adventure mode, they introduced rifts, they introduced other ways to play through the landscape with other players, and that was good. And Vito, you wonder, are we leaving loot behind? Oh, yes. So, and if Grizz is on, he's probably cringing a bit too, but in any kind of action looter game, any kind, you got to at least develop some kind of filter eventually, because you cannot pick up all the loot, especially later in the game, because it's just pointless. It's not worth much, and there's not much value in doing so. A good representation of this is Borderlands and Borderlands 2 and Borderlands 3. Awesome games. I've played them a lot. I've played with Grizz a couple of times, which included me swearing at Grizz, because Grizz would go along and open each little mailbox. Oh, $2. Oh, yay. Oh, $1. Oh, yay. Oh, another $2. Awesome. Which takes, I don't know, a few seconds a pop. No, just run past that, kill the dudes, and pick up $100 at a time, $200 at a time. A lot of the little loot pickups are not worth it, especially later in the game.
Duty here is done.
Alright, noble paladin man, let's portal back to town. Den of Evil has been cleansed. Oh, camera foes, god damn it. Alright, time to pause. Alright, bear with me, because I have had this happen before. Let me fix this shit. Alright, camera back. Thank you for calling it out, Vito. Back in business. So gotta grab the shinies. All the shinies, no shinies left behind. If you do that in games like Path of Exile or Diablo or Borderlands, all you're gonna be spending your time constantly looting. Sorry, Frosty. All the shinies. Well, we will be picking up a lot of the good shinies. Which reminds me, I was going to actually adjust. I was going to adjust the drop rate in the mod a little bit, but I might save that for the moment. Okay, so Den of Evil cleansed. Let's report back to Akara, and then speak to the rest of the townsfolk as well, because a lot of people don't realize you can actually talk to a lot of townsfolk about specific quests when you finish them as well.
You have cleansed the Den of Evil. You've earned my trust, and may yet restore my faith in humanity. Your reward is training in the skill of your choice.
Now,
greetings.
We also get a new feature with this quest in Diablo 2 Resurrected, where you can do a character reset. Finally, that was introduced. 20 years later. Literal 20 years later. Oh, that's not what we want to do. We want to talk. Nope, she's got nothing else to talk about. We can probably talk to Kasha and the others, or she's got a quest for us anyway.
My rogue scouts have just reported an abomination in the monastery graveyard. Apparently, Andariel is not content to take only our living. Bloodraven, one of our finest captains in the battle against Diablo at Tristram, was also one of the first to be corrupted by Andariel. Now you'll find her in the monastery graveyard, raising our dead as zombies. We cannot abide this defilement. If you are truly our ally, you will help us destroy her.
Yeah, this is interesting. We'll expand on this shortly. Bloodraven. We've been given the quest to take out Bloodraven. What about the Den of Evil? Oh, she has nothing to talk about the Den of Evil. Interesting. What about Wareve and the others? Does no one else want to talk about it?
Good evening.
There we go.
That which does not kill you makes you stronger.
What does Chassis say about it?
What you need?
Den of Evil.
You are truly brave and skillful. Akara was worried about you.
Was she now?
Bloodraven was the leader of a rogue band that once fought Diablo at Tristram.
Yes, indeed. Alright, so, yeah, I'm still getting grid. The shinies are the most important things in games. I don't disagree with you. The problem is, in games like this, where it's a constant spiel of loot, it's not feasible to collect it all.
Let's deal.
Have you even played this game? Come on. Geed, what are you going to talk about for the quests?
The only good demon is a dead one, I say. By the way, did you happen to find anything in that cave you'd like to sell?
We did, probably.
I'm sorry. The undead are bad for trade. I have a strict no-return policy.
and a 2-day warranty. Alright, what can we trade here? Now, we've got a couple of identify scrolls. We might put them on. Now, I should also use keyboard and mouse for inventory management because... Yeah, right, you can have that. Alright, zoom out. Let's gear up a little bit. Using keyboard and mouse, and some of the gear I have collected. So, somewhere, what have we got? We have a scepter. Yes, that's going to be our main weapon type used with the paladin in this playthrough. We can get a shield. Cool. Now, I think I also had some set pieces somewhere, or we might be too low level to use them yet. Some gloves on we've collected. Horses. No, we want horses because there's some Horus boots somewhere. Strength 30. Alright, let's upgrade our strength, I guess. One of the first things you really need to upgrade on a lot of these characters is strength so you can wear the gear. 2 pieces of gear. Horus's Iron Fist. Is that gloves? I don't remember. I thought I had the set. However, I'm not seeing it. Maybe I've put it on one of my other characters. Horus's boots, belt, and his fist. Or is it a weapon? Either way, I don't seem to have it visible. That's okay. We could do with some chest armor. Crappy Arctic furs it shall be. And rings. Nope. That's all we're going to run with for the moment. Let's sell some stuff. Oh, and these gloves are damaged already. Oh, bad start. Okay. Sell all of that. We need to buy Tome of Town Portal so we can make sure we can escape back to town. You're going to mutiny? You mutiny for collecting all the loot. Oh, man, you're going to be very upset at the amount of loot that I'm going to be leaving behind. I need to repair... Oh, don't have enough gold for repairing anything. Can we just repair this? Can I just grab that one? Oh, way too expensive. All right, we're not repairing that anytime soon then. All right, skills. Smite. Probably should unlock it. I don't know how much we're going to use it. Okay, and we'll save some skill points for now. Quest log. Off to the burial grounds we go. Back to controller mode. Okay, so our mission here is to go to the burial grounds and fight Bloodraven. Bloodraven is the rogue character that you can choose to play as in Diablo 1. That's part of the connectivity. So in Diablo 1, there's 3 characters: warrior, rogue, and wizard. That's the 3, if I can get my fingers correct. All of whom have suffered ill fates, shall we say, as the story continues. Because in Diablo 1, he is discovered in the labyrinth underneath Tristram. He is defeated by the band. So canonically, the 3 characters team up. And even Kasha's talking about there was a whole collection of rogues that teamed up with the rogue leader, who you can play as part of the corruption overriding the area. Once Diablo's been defeated, all of those characters become bad guys that you must fight in this game. Now, how did Diablo corrupt the heroes, you might ask? It's all to do with the final clip. Final clip, or cinematic, the final cinematic in Diablo 1. Which maybe, I'll do a quick search. Can we see that on YouTube, perhaps? Let me have a quick look. Yes, let's have a look at this. End cutscene for Diablo 1. This is what happens. Diablo has been defeated, right? You get the same cutscene no matter which character you play as. Here he is. And what happened? There's this weird shard, this weird looking glowing gem of some kind in his head. This looks to be where the demonic presence of Diablo remains. Was that the source? Maybe. The rest of him's disappearing and fading to dust. Oh, and it reveals there was a person underneath, perhaps. I forgot about that bit. Oh, and was alive and now died. Jesus. Alright, well, obviously Diablo is in this. Only one thing to do. Jam it in our own face. That's dumb. Yes.
The soulstone burns with hellfire as an eerie red glow blurs your vision. Fresh blood flows into your eyes, and you begin to hear the tormented whispers of the damned. You have done what you knew must be done. The essence of Diablo is contained. For now. You pray that you have become strong enough to contain the demon and keep him at bay. Although you have been fortified by your quest, you can still feel him, clawing his way up from the dark recesses of your soul. Fighting to retain control, your thoughts turn toward the ancient mystic lands of the Far East. Perhaps there, beyond the desolate wastes of Aranok, you will find an answer. Or perhaps, salvation.
Or perhaps you'll destroy the entire land, as seems to be unfolding in the events leading up to Diablo 2. So, yes, the hero, whoever you play as, picks up the soul gem of Diablo and jams it in their own face to try and keep him at bay. Because you are mighty. Totally mighty and stuff. Well, as true as that may be, not mighty enough, perhaps. So canonically, I think it is actually King Leoric's son, who is the warrior you play as, and it's the warrior who actually jams the thing in their head. The wizard and rogue are also there, but we'll talk to Deckard Cain. Oh, minor reveal. We'll talk to Deckard Cain soon, and he will explain a bit around the events. Yeah, so you've pulled the soul gem out, Grizz, and you see that there was some other poor schlub who was enslaved to the soul gem, and you still jam it in your own head. I would have just left it in the gem. What can it do on its own? I know, we are a mighty hero. We must jam it in our face, so that's what the hero did. Now we can see here, we're fighting some Dark Hunters. A lot of these Dark Hunters are instead, or are actually, corrupted rogues. Rogues from the monastery who have fallen to the influence of Diablo / the Wanderer. Got a great idea, hold my beer.
This holy place has been desecrated.
Undead fighting time. Okay. Blood Raven is here, the rogue. There she is.
Join my army of the dead.
Zoom in while we fight it. Oh. Hiding behind the fence. Let's take out some of these other zombies first. And the auto looting of gold is good too. That was never a thing in the original game. Can't believe we had to actually click on piles of gold to pick them up. Got her. Hit more, get hit less. Don't worry, Grizz. We can take it. Mission complete. That was good and fast. Kasha.
Good day. I can hardly believe that you've defeated Bloodraven. Though she was once my closest friend, I pray that her tortured spirit remains banished forever. You have earned my respect, stranger, and the allegiance of the rogues. I have placed several of my best warriors at your disposal.
Why, thank you. Anything else we can gossip about?
In this camp, those of us who have remained true to our order are forced to live among common traders and farm animals. Welcome to our circle of suffering.
Well, that's a bright glimmer of hope there. So, if I want to do keyboard and mouse, you gotta switch modes. So now we have a mercenary. We can give her stuff, but we don't. We can give her a hat.
I'll put that to good use.
Yeah, have some shitty boots.
I'll put that to good use.
Awesome. Alright, let's identify some stuff. That'll be useful. Oh, these are all loot to just sell. Let's talk to Geed. Geedra.
Good day.
What do you say?
Some of those gals weren't so nice the first time around.
Some of them weren't so great, even when they were humans, hey? Right, let's get rid of that. Cool. But Chassis, what are you gonna say?
What can I do for you? I don't know why some of my sisters chose to follow Andariel. Those who strayed were among our finest warriors.
So Andariel, we keep hearing about, is one of the lesser evils, so quite a strong demonic being. Relatively speaking, anyway. Somehow Diablo, once he'd corrupted Tristram and started wandering, summoned and enabled Andariel to enter this realm from hell. There's a lot of lore surrounding heaven, hell, and this realm's sanctuary. We'll elaborate on that in the near future.
Hi there.
Nope, not that one. And she can't talk about the other quest. Alright, cool, that's fine. Kara. Let me get these off our screen too.
It is clear that we are facing an evil difficult to comprehend, let alone combat. There is only one Haradrim sage, schooled in the most arcane history and lore, who could advise us. His name is Deckard Cain. You must go to Tristram and find him, my friend. I pray that he still lives.
Yeah. Tristram, completely destroyed. Legendarily destroyed, as we know, across the lands. And yet... he might still be alive. Maybe.
Andariel must be made to pay for her sacrilege.
Alright, and...
Tristram is too far to journey by foot. Cain would likely be dead when you arrived. However, there is a magical portal that will take you there instantly. To open it, one must stand within the circle of cairnstones and touch them in a certain order. The proper order can be found in the runes written on the bark of the tree of Inifis. You must find the sacred tree of Inifis and bring back its bark. I will translate the runes to unlock the stone's mystic pattern.
And this is the dumbest, absolute dumbest quest in this game from a story perspective. So I like to think that it's a little bit more complex than what they elaborate here. We'll get to that in a moment. How are we doing for gear upgrades? Can we wear any cool stuff? No, not yet. We are still sorted for the time being then. Oh, helmet. Nope. Oh, good. Oh, that was the shit. Yep, that's okay. Okay. What else do I need to do? That's pretty much it, isn't it? We've still got a town portal scroll. Maybe we'll buy a couple more.
Greetings.
Ignore some of the bonus things that you can see Akara has for sale. Let's go deposit our gold into our stash. In the small chance we get unalived. Bright joins us. Hello. Okay, so we now can use the waypoints to travel back to the Cold Plains. So our quest here is to go to the Stony Field. We'll get that bit of yellow loot. We need to go past the Stony Field to the Dark Wood and find the Tree of Inifis. For some reason, this tree will have information on its bark that will enable us to open a portal to Tristram. That's fucking stupid. So the way I interpret it is, you've got traveling stones, right? And when you play as the druid character, he makes a reference to the stones when you go near them. So I take it that there are various stones that can form traveling gates across the land. You need to touch them in the correct order or activate them in the right order to open portals to specific places you wish to travel, is what I'm going to assume is the case. A bit like a Stargate. So we are going to go to the tree to get some magical bark that maybe Akara can scry with or look within magically to get the combination to dial up Tristram, so we can travel to Tristram. Because it is far to the west, I think. I actually don't know the layout of the continent very well.
Maybe Akara could dispel the mystery of these stones.
Akara will dispel the mystery. Oh, they've killed our mercenary already. That didn't take long. Need to get her a bow so she can shoot harder. Carvers are annoying to fight because you hit one or you kill one and then they all run and flee for a few seconds. Even worse when there's shamans nearby that keeps resurrecting him, but just got rug an issue here. Slapped him with our heavy attacks. Okay, our poor rogue hath died already. God damn it. Wasn't paying attention. Now we can pay Akara to resurrect her.
Yes?
Because game mechanics. Canonically, no one ever dies. From a gameplay perspective, you gotta pay gold to get them rezzed. Okay, so we need to find our way through the underground passage to get to the Dark Wood. You wanna get there optimal, you just follow the road. Act 1 is very good for showing the optimal path. Just following the road and ignore a bunch. It is pointless to kill all of the monsters because every time you load your game, everything is regenerated. Unlike Diablo 1, I don't think there was any regeneration or randomization of maps in Diablo 1. So if you wanted to power level your character, sometimes you really need to explore all the corners of the church and the labyrinth underneath. Anyway, let's go through the passage. Try and find our way through to the Dark Wood. A paladin can take a fair beating. He's, I think, got one of the highest defenses you can build up in the game because of his armor and just his natural defensive tendencies. Barbarian's pretty tough too. Love the barb. He's cool. Now, also point of interest, paladins and crusaders. So crusaders appear in Diablo 3. They are different. They're not the same. Although they are typically part of matching religious orders. I can't remember which. One of them is like even more devout, even more religious, but I don't remember if it's the paladin or the crusader. Both very powerful though, both able to get the job done. Now also canonically, from a story perspective, it is actually all of the characters you can play as who team up to do all of these activities, to fight, you know, to get through, clear the monastery, kill Endariel, go east, find and kill Diablo. It is not one. Canonically, all 5 of the original characters meet in the rogue's area, the rogue encampment, and team up. The assassin and the druid that came with the expansion, canonically, from a you know, story perspective, they actually meet those 5 people in Act 5 to go after Vale. The expansion, go after the Lord of Destruction. Although a lot of this was not defined until later. And there's even some elements of some of the lore surrounding Diablo 3 or 4 that they've decided they haven't quite figured out yet. I think. Anyway. Moon, you're sticking around. No worries. Appreciate you coming along. Oh, well. And you guys are killing my damn rogue. Maybe I'm not paying enough attention. I need to get her a better bow. It's still so low level. Don't have many drops loot drops happening either. Okay, Kasha, please resurrect. Don't think I've got any bows in the stash. Nah. It's alright, we'll just keep rezzing her. Talk to Akara so we can get some heals. Please, Akara. Thank you. I don't really want to fight everything. I really get the gold. I really want to just get through Darkwood. Here it is, Darkwood. There's another, there's a level 2 you can get to in this place to go down, where there's like another special, not mini-boss, but champion mob you can fight. I never do it. Not worth it. Just get us to our objectives, please. Fight all the demonic forces in the lands. And we want to find the waypoint marker so we can fast travel here again, and we want to find some weird magic tree. I think there's also Doom Spell the Hammer. So, although there are specifically named monsters that you find, occasionally you also find, well, most of them actually are randomly generated. So some of their names are like ridiculous. Ah, Rakanichu. Oh, Rakanichu. Yeah, carvers. I hate fighting carvers. It's so annoying. Where's your shaman? There he is. slap him with a sacrificial slap to the face. I need to explore all... There's the waypoint marker. Alright. Yay. Although I just realized the stony field. I didn't get the waypoint marker for the stony field. Oh well. Look at these buggers resurrecting their friends. No resurrection for you. Give me a shiny tree. And an indicator for our next optional quest.
Thank you.
There we go, here's the tree. Hit him hard. Got him. Yoink, and we'll grab those potions and all of that loot. Touch the magic tree that's dead but alive.
This tree bristles with magic.
It sure does, and it has dropped a scroll. Which is dumb. Just gonna take it that Akara can now scry with this to give us the combination we need. Find Cain. Dial up Cain.
Hello. Ah, very good. I have translated the runes on this scroll. You must find the cairn stones and touch them in the order that I have written.
Can you talk anything else about it? Nope, you cannot. How about we give that to our mercenary. Sell that one. Most of this loot I'm not gonna need. Oh, and give me some scrolls. Okay, now give us a tome so we don't have them piling up. There, that. We shall give this to our rogue merc as well.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
Yes, you will. Actually, you're better with dexterity. You have that. Alright, so we have this scroll that Akara has created. Oh, that's easy. Counterclockwise rotation. We can work with that. Now, let's allocate some stats to strength and vitality. And save a couple skills. I want to get... Well, we're going to get to fanaticism eventually. These we don't care about. Zeal we want, which is at level 12. We're only level 7. Smite, Holy Bolt, don't care. Sacrifice, don't care. So we're going to save a lot of our skill points still. Alright, now, can anyone else talk to us about our next steps in finding Cain?
The Sisterhood welcomes you. Deckard Cain has crucial knowledge about the evils we face. You must find him.
Alright, we will try.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is too dangerous to travel to Tristram. I won't be leaving here until the way is clear.
Right, well, that's fair enough. What does Geed say?
Greetings. I'm told that Tristram now resembles a mead hall after a barbarian wedding. I will wait here for your most glorious return.
No one wants to travel to Tristram because everyone knows how bad that place is.
Good to see you. I have heard that Tristram is now in ruins. Without Cain, I fear for the ruin of all of us.
Oh, I see what you did there. Play on words. Smart. Alright. We continue our quest as I open up some snacky snacks. Okay, so Stony Field, unfortunately, I forgot to pick up the waypoint, so we're gonna run there again. So, for those unaware, Tristram is the town in which all the events are based in Diablo 1. Starts with trouble coming from stuff happening underneath the local church. And then you find that there are elaborate catacombs underneath it, which you then learn there are weird rifts or portals or entries into hell from within said catacombs. And you make your way through. So you find Diablo and take him out. There's a lot of quests along the way relating to the town and just general bad stuff. A Deckard Cain is the wise man who helps you navigate and helps identify items so you can use them.
What a tragic end to Tristram.
And here it is, Tristram, the glorious town, which was saved, is now in ruins. That's it, slap him down. Alright, so let's get a few of these guys taken out. Now, oh, there's a fucking shaman. Where's the shaman? There you are. No more resurrection for you. Griswold here. He was the blacksmith. He was the town blacksmith in Tristram. And my rogue's getting slapped once again. Time to save the day. So he's not... No, he is dead, I guess, because he's undead. And cursed. It's pretty tough. Hey, level up. Star Maim the Howler. That's a cool generated name. Healing, healing. Give me healing. There we go. Lots of healing potions in our belt, please. Let's clear up this section. No resin. Oh, here's another one resin. Alright, here we find Wirt. In Diablo 1, Wirt, although it looks pretty big here, but Wirt was a boy. He was a boy who had gotten tangled up in some of the drama around the church, I think, and he lost his leg. So now he's got a peg leg. But he was a very cocky teenager who was also wheeling and dealing. He was always trying to buy and sell stuff to the players. Anyway, we can find that he also did not survive the attack on Tristram. We can get his leg, which is kind of twisted. We can get his leg, and we can use it as a weapon. But the real reason we collect it is because of the secret level that was introduced to the game. So using Wirt's leg and a Tome of Town portal in the rogue encampment, once you have finished the main story on this difficulty, you can then revisit the town on this difficulty of the camp, the rogue camp. Transmute them with your cube, which we'll be doing and explaining in Act 2. And it opens a portal to the secret cowl level. Now, if I remember correctly, the secret cowl level somehow started as a rumor. It was rumor started that there was a secret cowl level. No one knew what it meant, but there was a cowl level in the game. And it just became a voracious rumor that everyone knew. It wasn't true. There was no secret cowl level. But then, due to the popularity and the focus and the PR of the game, the developers introduced it. They added the cowl level, which you can now go and visit and fight a whole bunch of hell bovines, they call them. So cows walking around on their hind legs swinging axes. And it's a really good place to farm for loot. So yeah, Yes, Vito, you remember correctly. There was indeed something special with Wirt's leg, and that's what it's for. Alright, Kane is here, caged up. For some reason, everyone else is killed or corrupted, but Kane was just trapped.
Deckard Cain, leave quickly.
Off he goes. So Kane often stood in the town centre near the fountain here. And that's where he liked to hang out, and that's where you could talk to him, although now the fountain's filled with blood. I think this was like the healer's place. This was the inn. Or maybe this was... I think that was the healer, Perrin or something. And the blacksmith, Griswold, was over here in this section. Something like that. Anyway, Kane rescued. Back to town we go. And get rid of these noise off our screen.
As a token of my gratitude, I will identify items for you at no charge. Regrettably, I could do nothing to prevent the disaster which devastated Tristram. It would appear that our greatest fears have come to pass. Diablo, the Lord of Terror, has once again been set loose upon the world. As you know, some time ago, Diablo was slain beneath Tristram, and when our hero emerged triumphant from the labyrinth beneath town, we held a grand celebration that lasted several days. Yet, as the weeks passed, our hero became increasingly aloof. He kept his distance from the rest of the townsfolk and seemed to lapse into a dark, brooding depression. I thought that perhaps his ordeal had been so disturbing that he simply could not put it out of his mind.
Kinda true.
The hero seemed more tormented every passing day. I remember he awoke many times, screaming in the night, always something about the East. One day he simply left, and shortly thereafter Tristram was attacked by legions of foul demons. Many were slain, and the demons left me to die in that cursed cage. I believe now that Tristram's hero was that dark wanderer who passed this way before the monastery fell. I fear even worse, my friend. I fear that Diablo has taken possession of the hero who sought to slay him. If true, Diablo will become more powerful than ever before. You must stop him, or all will be lost.
So that is exactly what happened, Kane, as we watched the cinematic from the end of Diablo 1 just before. Yes. Eventually, the hero started to succumb to Diablo and his soulstone embedded in his head now. And the other heroes got corrupted too after... I don't know if it's part of Tristram falling or whether they got corrupted later around the monastery when Andariel was kind of summoned or entered into the world. And yes, Vito, classic line, stay a while and listen. Classic Kane. Anyway, now Kane will identify all items in one click. In Diablo 1, you had to pay him gold for each specific item you wanted him to identify. The items had to be identified so you could see what properties are on them, and so you could use them. You couldn't just find a magic item and use it. No, it had to be identified first. What else can he talk about?
As a token of my gratitude, I will regrettably...
Alright, so that's the same thing as before. What do you gossip about?
You may recover some mysterious things from the demons you kill. Some of great use to you.
Yes.
Some of great peril. Bring them to me, and I'll reveal their secrets.
Yes, he will identify the items so we can actually use them. What does Wareve have to say?
Good day. Only a brave adventurer could return with Deckard Cain. Akara has a reward for your valor.
Oh, and we will collect said reward shortly.
Yes? Ah, Cain is here. Another customer. I haven't been this pleased since a love-starved maiden let down a bit more than her hair.
Wow. Alright, Geed. Calm down, my man. What does Chelsea have to say?
Greetings. Akara wishes to reward you for your bravery in returning death.
Alright, well, we better speak to Akara then. Oh no, Kasha. Kasha first.
Yes? Again, you amaze me, Outlander. The Sisterhood is grateful to you for delivering Cain to us. I believe Akara has something to tell you.
Alright, everyone says, talk to Akara. Here we go.
You have risked your life to rescue Cain. For that, we thank you. You must seek his counsel immediately.
Alright, time to seek his counsel immediately.
You have risked your...
Meanwhile, let's quickly trade. She gives us a ring. Yep, we'll chuck that on. And we've got 2 bows now. Let's get at least 1 identify scroll in our pack. Got enough town portals for now. Let's grab a couple more just to be sure. Okay.
Put that to good use.
Now our rogue can do some more damage. And now we can also use one of my mods. How much money have we saved on this character? 12 grand. That's enough. Cool. So let's enable... I will explain this mod later, in more detail later into the game. First,
Order welcomes you.
let us buy the Rogue Medallion. I've created a mod that lets us have more mercenary followers, although they are kind of just dumb followers. You can't customize them like you can the real mercenaries, and they don't do a lot of damage, but they do offer some function. We now have an additional skill, although I need to give it a better icon. We have a rogue. From Act 1, we have another rogue. So, Vito, do we know who Deckard Cain is now? Well, at some point, he reveals of his Herodrim connection, right? He was part of the Herodric Order. He's a scholar, right? I don't think it was one of the Herodric mages, but he was a Herodric scholar, so he did a lot of study and record keeping or something. I think that gets revealed later. We might learn a bit more, but anyway, let's talk to him a bunch.
As a token, Rick.
Did we not get the new... Ah, wrong button. Did we not get the... Don't have any more quests, but Chelsea has something for us.
See you. When I fled the monastery, I left behind the Herodric Malice, my enchanted smithing hammer. If you can retrieve it for me, I'll use its magic to strengthen your equipment.
Alrighty. Can you say anything else?
The monastery can confuse even those who know it well. Stay alert in there.
Ah, so it's revealed who Cain was in Diablo 1, Vito. So that's his Herodric... Ah, wrong button again. That's his Herodric connection. If you've got any other info or lore to share on it, bring it on, man, because it's not really a spoiler. So yeah, feel free to fill in my lack of information I might be holding.
Ah, Charcy talks of nothing anymore but this Herodric Malice. Between you and her, my ears need a rest. Just find it and bring it back quickly.
So Charcy's prattling on about her magic hammer that has been lost and left behind in the monastery. Alright, so Vito, so in Diablo 1, Deckard Cain the Elder, Deckard Cain says, "My true name is Deckard Cain the Elder, and I am a last descendant of an ancient brotherhood that was dedicated to keeping and safeguarding the secrets of a timeless evil." If I remember correctly, the Herodrim was like a guild of talented mages who banded it together to fight the prime evils, right? Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal. Something to that effect.
Just as an archer needs bow and arrow, or a draftsman pen and paper, so Charcy needs the Horadric Malice with which to ply her trade.
Yep. Is he...
The Malice was forged and enchanted by the ancient Horadric mages during the Sin Wars. When their union dissolved, the Malice was entrusted to the Sisterhood, guarding the pass into the east.
There you go, the Horadrim made her Malice. Her hammer.
Charcy is wasting her time and talents using an inferior hammer. Had she the Horadric Malice, she could make the steel sing and craft you a suit of armor as impenetrable as the Great Eye.
Oh, well, we shall see about that. What does Akara have to say?
The retrieval of the Horadric Malice is not without risk. Our monastery is filled with voracious hellspawn. You best be careful, my friend.
Thank you, Akara. We can take it. Alright. Time to continue our journey towards the monastery. Cain is rescued. The monastery holds where we must go. Oh, damn. Alright, we've got 2 archers in our party now. One will do damage and stuff. The other will mostly do knockback and revealing enemies so we can better see them and better slap them. Now I'm just gonna look around because I can't remember. I think it's in the Dark Wood where we find a random book. If I can find it, we'll do it. Otherwise we'll just jump forward because we have another side quest to do on our way to the monastery. Grand charm, yoink. Starting to move a little bit faster, that's nice. Slapped him down. Don't want to fight all of those things, because we just don't need to. I'm looking forward to unlocking Zeal. It's going to be our main attack, in which our paladin has a great amount of speed in doing so. Maybe it's not the Dark Wood, but I thought it was, because I thought it's the next zone. We then find the tower. Video making the rounds, no worries, dude. Okay, what do we got? Resist fire shrine, don't mind if I do. It's not revealing what I was looking for. They're all down. Apparently the story in Diablo 4 is very good. Very engaging. Looking forward to experiencing that. Anyway, could not find what I was looking for there. So we'll continue and we shall explore Black Marsh. Oh, there's a gem. We'll pick up the gem. Yoink. So in Black Marsh we must find ideally the waypoint, but at least the tower. Lots of running. We've got some champions here, have we? You know, we've got a special Along with their minions. Storm burn the hungry. Eat this then. Be down. Alright, we might drink some potions. There we go. Keep running. We don't need all of this. Oh, waypoint. Okay, that's the road out to the next zone that we also don't need just yet. We want the tower. Which might not work because we're following the road back. Unintentionally. Man. The random generation of the maps and levels is good because it introduces, you know, mystery and exploration, and it's never the same each time you go there. Except when you're trying to show something and you can't find the damn thing. Oh, armor shrine. Give me more armor. Oh, thank you. I accidentally clicked on the mana shrine, which I think has overridden the other shrine. Hey, skill shrine. Let's do that one. Our skills are more powerful. They are buffed. And why is there so many shrines here? Here we go. Here's the tower. All right. Didn't find the tome, but I can still get the quest dialogue once we enter it. The Forgotten Tower. In we go. Okay, now.
This tower shall be cleansed of evil.
Yes, it shall. So in one of the maps, I don't remember which one, you find a tome, a weird book just on a pedestal in the middle of nowhere. Anyway, reading the book says this.
And so it came to pass that the Countess, who once bathed in the rejuvenating blood of 100 virgins, was buried alive. And her castle, in which so many cruel deeds took place, fell rapidly into ruin. Rising over the buried dungeons in that god-forsaken wilderness, a solitary tower, like some monument to evil, is all that remains. The Countess's fortune was believed to be divided among the clergy, although some say that more remains unfound, still buried alongside the rotting skulls that bear mute witness to the inhumanity of the human creature.
Rightio, so let's see if anyone else in town has anything to say about this, because I don't think I've actually heard any other dialogue before going in there.
Hello. The tome speaks of treasure, yet all we have found are death, delirium, and disappointment.
Okay.
Yes. That tower marks a place of danger. There is an epic poem about it. How much sorrow one can stand was tested there.
Okay.
Good evening.
I don't think I've heard many of these before, because I've never bothered to be this thorough with the dialogue.
Rumors of treasure are no different from rumors of any other kind. They hold false promise to those who should know better.
Ah, so don't listen, hey, Warreef, but, well, we have found the actual tower now.
What you need? I've heard that you bear us no malice.
Wrong one.
The only wealth you're likely to find there is a wealth of vermin.
Good evening. That old tower is as rotten on the inside as it appears on the outside. I heard that several sisters came to a gruesome end when a stairwell collapsed on them.
Oh, ouch. Rough. And Akara. Wise, majestic Akara.
Good morning. The dangers there are not solely architectural. Once inside that wretched place, many succumb to a vile miasma.
I don't know what that really means, but okay, cool. Thanks for that. Alright, Alright, back in we go. So effectively, in times past, many, like, we're talking ages ago, nothing to do with the business surrounding Diablo or the monastery or anything. There was a countess who ruled parts of these lands, and she was a bad person. So she used to kill, sacrifice, and then bathe in the blood of some of her servants to try and effectively gain youth and power. Likely she was being influenced or she was in collusion with demonic forces. But eventually... Oh, there's mention to the clergy. I wonder if there was a religious sect that rose up with the locals to overthrow her and somehow trap her within her castle. And all that remains now is that ruinous tower. Going down the tower gets us into the cellar here, which connects us with parts of her tower that still remain. Now, whether a lot of these monsters we're fighting in here is the result of the Wanderer's influence walking through here, we don't know. But let's explore the tower, because she apparently was very rich, and a lot of her riches were lost in the tower with her. Let's see if we can find them. There we go. There's a pentagram fire layout thing here. Very ominous and stuff. Slap him down. Out of the way. Open the loots. Give me the loots. Run down. Level 4. I don't remember how many levels there are. 4 or 5? I think there's 5 levels. Apparently there's graves in here too. Oh, one of these is a different color. Is a champion. Champion monsters are always worth fighting because they usually come in small packs and wield more experience. Meaning more level ups. What level are we anyway? 10. Level 12 is where things will start to change gears for us when we can unlock Zeal. Good barrels, get out of the way. One thing that is a bit shit, the only complaint I have with the gamepad controlling they introduced in this is that the characters easily get stuck and you can easily be snagged on the edge of an object and just be moving very slowly around it. Alright, level 5. Let's find us a countess. Let's find us some treasure. Here we go. Yes, give me all the shinies. Shiny golds. And all the rooms. So there we go, stuck on the architecture. Take out the minions. Oh, there's a cursed one somewhere. Who's putting curses on us? There he is. Blade Shank. And he's dead. It's Blade Shank the Defiler? Is that what it was called? Nice. Alright, let's just carefully hide a few of these in the doorway. Or maybe I should have stayed closer to the doorway so they can't get in. Drink a potion. Come on. powers. Oh, we leveled up again. Jeez, that was a fast level up. Yoink. Alright, the counters are in this room somewhere. Here she is. Here for a bloodbath? No. We will not partake in your bloodbathing ceremony. Come on, take her down. How long have you been trapped down here? I would say that's a slow. It's meant to. It's meant to open a chest. Why isn't the chest opening? There it is. All the loot. I've earned the right to this abandoned trove, says the paladin. How very noble of you. Alright. Give me the other loots. How are we doing for... Oh yeah, we'll need to do a bit of inventory cleanup. Alright, that's fine. Let's travel back to town. Jump in the bath, that's it. Heal up. Can you imagine the paladin, the noble holy paladin, trying to have a blood bath? Lols.
Well done, my friend. Courage and opportunity together have created in you a kind of alchemy.
Yes, that's right. Who else wants to talk to us about our treasure?
The Sisterhood welcomes you. Your rewards are well earned. To us, the tower was nothing more than a headstone looming over a long-forgotten grave.
Oh, we got it done, though.
Good day. Remember, wealth is as insubstantial as a cloud and passes as quickly. Ignore Geed. All that twitters is not bold.
But all that glitters might be gold? So Wareve does not value wealth. Very wise words. Geed is the opposite.
Let's deal, my friend. Wareve's advice is like corpse gas. It befouls the air for a moment, and then it disappears.
Oh, I've never heard that before. That's brilliant. I've never been so thorough in my playthrough. Tower, yeah.
Those riches will serve you well on the long road ahead.
I feel like Charcy's voice is too high-pitched. I feel like it should be a lower pitch because she is like... She looks a little bit older, a little bit more burly. She might even be of barbarian descent, because if you talk to her playing a barbarian character, she has different dialogue upon her introduction. Anyway, it's all good. Look out. Look out, you silly chicken. Oh, it's stuck. The chicken is stuck. Chucking a fit walking between us. Ah, you dickhead.
I thought the stories of treasure in the tower were nothing but lies. I am glad you found something of value in that death trap. Would that our sisters had been so fortunate.
Yes, your sisters failed, but we succeeded. Okay. Now, we need to clear some inventory space. Get rid of that. All of this. That might be worth putting on our rogue mercenary, actually. That's not... Ah, I didn't mean to sell that. God damn it. Oh well. Gone now. Not worth the money to buy it back. This is inferior, superior. Yes, it is. Get rid of that, and let's store these other runes we've collected. Let's see what other gear I might be able to use from previous playthroughs. Now, you notice that I can actually stack runes due to one of the mods we're using. Same with gems. Talk about that in a little while. ready to talk about mods just yet. We're on an important mission. Now, my plan is to use... Oh, scepters. Is that better? Maybe. Oh, Seaverb's Cudgel. Yes, because he's also got a shield, I thought. Did I keep said shield, or have I chucked it on another character? That's the question. Oh, I don't know. So there's a few set items that are actually beneficial. There you go, there's Eisenhart's case. We'll chuck that on. Arctic furs, put them back here. Some of the sets are actually pretty decent for new low-level characters, but you often only find them as a high-level character, which can be super frustrating. Anyway, we're going to equip some charms to boost our damage a little bit that I've stashed away. So one of the things I don't quite think Diablo 2 has done that well, some people like it, but I don't like the scarcity of the loot, and how therefore typically a lot of classes you cannot play until you have found loot for them on a different character and stashed it. Now, in the original games too, there was no stash, or there was no cross-character stash. So you had to rely on friends or other people to help you transfer gear or trade between. Very lame. That's another scepter that might be useful. Alright, let's compare some of these bits of gear. Let's bring up our character sheet. 63 to 80. That jumped a whole bunch for that one. I swear I have the shield for this somewhere, but it's probably on another character. 76 to 93 or 64 to 160. I think we're going to stick with that one. And what about this one? Also not bad. Might put them in our stash. The rest of this stuff we shall sell. Continue our quest. Onwards to the monastery. Time to stop faffing about with loot and side quests. Let's go. So we're gonna get through the monastery. The last list of the last half of the waypoints are all monastery related. To the monastery we go to find Charcy's Herodric Malice, to find the Demon Queen and Dariel. Bring her down once and for all. Let's collect all the shinies. Must collect some of the special shinies. Like this studded leather, I'm not picking that up. It's white, it's unenchanted, it's not worth anything, I'm not getting it. It's not worth my effort to pick it up and then have to do inventory management for. However, other items are. And we will collect them. Now, we're also using a mod that improves the inventory size too, by the way. By default, a lot smaller. Look at these things. Spitting thorns at everyone. Alright, let's drink a healing potion and pick up a healing potion. There we go. Probably should pick up some rejuvenation potions now that they're starting to drop too. Anyway, want to be efficient, just stick to the road. There's nothing that Tomo Highland apart from extra side levels, like the cave or the hole or whatever it's called. There it is. You can go down here, but the only real purpose to go in there is just the pit. Okay. Is for fighting stuff and getting a little bit more loot. Which we don't need, and that's looped in the wrong direction. Okay, this way then. And we must unlock charge soon. That'll help us move around a bit faster. gonna try and not... Oh, this is a slower moving... This is where also in Diablo 2 it can be a little bit confusing with gear. So this gear, this scepter, this weapon we're using, does more damage. However, it swings slower. And there's no UI...
Light cannot pierce this gloom.
There's no UI or tooltips that show you the damage per second in this game, because different weapons move at different speed. All modern games will show you the damage per second. Not this one. I think we're almost unlocking Zeal anyway. Let's just try and make our way through to the barracks. It's usually, but not always, for me, more often than not, it is straight through to this end to get through to the barracks. This monastery is massive, and this is not the way, so let's do that. Take out the big guy. Okay, let's not try and swing it at our party members. Yoink. Word's third leg. That is a hell of a name. That's a very relevant name. How you doing, man? Are you a Diablo veteran? Although I consider myself somewhat of a Diablo veteran, I don't know that I'd call myself an expert or a pro. Especially because I don't really play on ladder these days. Mostly just the offline. But I love that name. Word's third leg. Perfect. So we are playing through tonight. Also playing with mods offline. And I'll be showcasing the mods I have created soon as well. Alright, level 12. Yes. Take this dickhead out. Finally. We can unlock Zeal, brah. Yes. Equip that shit. Can we put a second point on it? Not yet. What about auras? What have we got? Blessed aim. Alright, well, we need to unlock it so we can get down to fanaticism anyway. And there's no synergies. How annoying is that? There's no synergies for fanaticism, so there's no point putting points into might. Defensive auras I also have not bothered with, because you can only have one aura equipped at a time anyway. Oh, charge! Yes, we want charge. How about you go on that button, and then sacrifice, you go on that button, and away we go. Controller for the win. Fanaticism doesn't need synergies. Probably true, actually. But it means I therefore don't want to spend any skill points onto might or any others until we get fanaticism. So now we have Zeal. We can do multiple fast strikes, and let's test this shit out. We can charge. All right, not the fastest charge, but it will get faster. Now we're actually using mana for a change too, so we're going to need to start having some gear in the future that has mana steal. Drink from the well. And we're already out of mana. Alright, time to start collecting more mana potions. Let's drink a mana potion. Pick up some more mana potions. Yes. Alright. Zeal and Holy Fire is the way to go through normal. Duly noted. So Paladin is like my least played character, I think, out of all of the characters. Which is why I thought it'd be cool to do a stream. A thorough story and lore exploration stream. So Holy Fire is the aura, where it just blasts everyone in the radius with fire damage, right? Oh. Okay, give me another health potion. Let's pick up the rare items. What are we doing down here? Too bad. Alright. Oh, it also adds fire damage to your hits. That is a good point. I had forgotten about that. Alright, let's try it then. Let's try holy fire instead of might. I love it. Thanks, man. Okay, let's drink some more mana. Grab some mana potions. Yeah, that's slapping them. All right, and in here, I think we've found the malice too. I'll make weapons from your bones, says the smith. And he's down. All right. All right. And it synergizes with the resist fire, because you can build that as well. Excellent.
This
really
will help
noted.
the sisters turn the tide against evil.
Alright, we got the magic hammer, which we can actually use, which is funny. You can actually use it as a weapon if you wanted to. But we shall return to town, talk to all the peoples.
Good evening. The magical effects imbued by the malice are impossible to predict, but are always to the good.
Subtle hint that we just trigger a rare item generation. Which leg? Fresh meat. Is that what the butcher says? Isn't that what the butcher says in Diablo 1?
Good evening.
And the butcher is the first, like, mini-boss you have to fight, I think. Is that right?
I am glad the hammer has returned, and you with it.
Ah, there we go. So Vito's on the same... Both of you are in sync, I've just realised, with the chat there. Both Vito and Wurtzler, you're on the you're on the same page. Yes, the butcher. Fresh meat. Awesome. You use... Hang on, you use those on Wirt's leg. I mean, as in, like, the Herodric Malice you use on Wirt's leg to then use as a weapon. Imbue the leg. That's hilarious. I've never thought to do that.
Good evening.
Maybe we should.
I guess it's too late to take back some of the names I called you.
You didn't call us any names, did you? Alright, you can make some good legs. Let's try it, why not? I've still got it in my inventory already. Typically, I don't bother using chassis imbuement because it's just always a bit lame, but let's do that.
Oh, thanks so much for returning the Herodric Malice. I will now imbue one of your items with magical powers.
Alright. You can imbue Wirt's leg. Turn it into an awesome mace, please. What did we get? Soul Mangler, Wirt's leg. It is terrible. Yep, that was not worth it. Ah, well, at least we tried. Oh, no, actually, that is not 101 to 141. That is not terrible. Oh, but a lot of it is poison damage, though. Poison damage over 6 seconds. Ah. Because we're right up smacking the things, it's too slow.
Good to see.
Ah, well, could have been awesome. Still pretty hilarious. What is our mercenary using for armor? Let's get you something more substantial. Let's sell it. All right. Thank you very much for the follow as well, Wirt's leg. Wirt's third leg. This was a bonus stream today. I don't actually, although I'm quite the Diablo fan, don't usually... This is my first time ever streaming some Diablo. But I have been working on mods for Diablo. We'll be talking about mods soon. Maybe once we get into Act 2, we might talk about mods I recommend and how to install them. And then a bit further along, we'll talk about mods that I have created and am using. Kara.
Yes?
No. Oh, we can't talk about the tools of the trade with her. Okay.
Tasha has always been fiercely loyal, but I fear her anger and frustration over these recent events will lead her into harm's way. She is highly protective of the few rogues remaining under her command, and will not send them into combat unless there is dire need.
Well, that is very wise of her as a military commander. Respect, Kasha. Respect. So we want to get a scimitar or something with fast attack speed. That works well with Zeal and the Holy Fire, does it? Alright, well, let's continue. At some stage in Act 2 as well, we'll probably buff the difficulty up to Players 3. Continue on Players 2 for the time being. Alright, into the jail.
No place for a warrior to die.
This is something that is odd. I'd like to know if there's anything here from a story perspective, because the jail is massive. You've got this rogue monastery with a huge, and I mean huge, jail. I get that it's here from a gameplay perspective. Is it not worth looking into from a story or universe perspective? They didn't have a really big jail, it's just there so the game had something for you to play through. Don't know. Okay, so we need very fast. Not just fast, fast is too slow. So we want very fast. So this is for a Zeal build. The Zealadin you want... Well, eventually late, or as we head into the late game, we'll be doing some item crafting using my mod that I've created for crafting custom items. Very powerful items over a period of time. And I'll be releasing that on the Nexus soon as well. That's a dead end. Oop. Where be the stairs down? Plenty of ghosts and skeletons. Oh, that's a waste. I drank a potion right as I leveled up. Whenever you level up, you get full health and mana. So, Wirt's third leg, what is your favorite class to play as in Diablo 2, Diablo 3, and have you played the beta yet for Diablo 4? Did you participate in the server slam? I did not, but I have friends that did. And it was them who also alerted me to the fact that couch co-op exists in Diablo 4. Couch co-op in Diablo 3 is awesome. I've done a little bit of that. My only frustration is couch co-op is only on console. I'm a PC gamer, although I'm playing on controller. No couch co-op available. Come on, swing faster, Pally. Oh, we leveled up too, didn't we? Give me more zealage. Yes, and do we want more charge power? Not sure yet. We might hold on to that. That's right, get faster, more hits. Yes, grab that. At some stage we might slot in some skull gems into our weapon so we can leech some mana back. And then zeal all day. Right now we can't. Potions it shall be, that's fine. Alright, continue. Where is the next level now? Grizz, if you're still on, are you going to play Diablo 4? You might like it, because it's got MMO elements, right? It's Diablo mixed with World of Warcraft in a way. I do like MMO elements, so I will actually like participating in those things. Like I say, I'm not going to play it for a while till it's been out for a few months. Need it to settle. All games need settling. Blizzard games usually need settling before they get good. Although I am assuming that Diablo 4 will be off to a better launch than Diablo 3 was. We'll see. Time will tell. I like this holy fire weapon augmentation too. Thank you for the tips. I had never considered doing this before. I think we'll use it for a while until we get fanaticism. Or feel the need to go back to doing might. Eventually we will have a mercenary from Act 2 to provide us might, but you can't get him until you're in nightmare difficulty. Yeah, you're all down. Yes. Awesome. I do love it when the pally gets faster and faster and he just starts slapping the absolute shit out of everything with the speed. Right. So smite we're not bothering with. Charge we shall leave. Offensive auras also shall leave. And I haven't created the ultimate skill point there yet, but I will. Now, let us just allocate some points into strength. We probably need some dex so he can hit things. And then vitality. Alright, back in action. Is this the one with the spin to win class? Yes. Barbarian Whirlwind build. Which is also in Diablo 3, which is also in Diablo 4. And that was what Grunt Cookies likes to play as. Spin to win. I also have a spin to win barb. I've always created a spin to win barbarian. They are just fun. It's a cool concept. Blizzard had invented it with Diablo, and other games have started to imitate it. Even Pass of Exile has Cyclone, I think they call it, instead of Whirlwind. But there's a skill where you can do the same thing. Spin around in a tornado, slapping everything. Vito, that's your go-to. That doesn't surprise me. Vito, you are always playing tanky, up-in-your-face classes, and I love it. So my favorite class to play as is Necromancer. I like classes with summons or minions. That's usually my default first choice to play as. And then secondly, some kind of tanky class. Hence why Barbarian, spin to win, I enjoy. Alright, we are struggling to find these last stairs to get out of this jail section, but yes. 3 levels of epic jail. Why does a monastery have such a large jail? And I want to give them the benefit of the doubt to say all the blood and gore that's in here has come from the demons that have spawned as part of the Wanderer / Diablo coming through, not from their original purpose. Chris, you're just after a nice girl to raise a family with. Necro looking for love, that's right. I don't know why. My interest in Necromancer spawned from Diablo 2, playing it as a kid. And other people I knew, in particular, someone I did some computer work for, he was a gamer nerd. He played the Necromancer. And for some reason, that's just what I played as my first class, and I loved it. And I always play Necromancers. I don't know why. It's like that combination of dark magic, I think, because I like playing the Warlock in World of Warcraft, but I played, like, a lot of the classes in there anyway. But dark magic and summons, that's my jam. Oh, I do love charging once it gets wound up. Charge! Hang on. Charge! Yes. Grizz, you, I'm assuming, would have been a bit of a rogue or Amazon fan? We can stand back and shoot stuff? What was your Diablo 2 class? Amazon, yeah, awesome. Did you play Diablo 3, Grizz, as well? Because I've never played that with you. Maybe we should, if you have it. Yeah, pew pew pew. I liked multi-shot on the Amazon. Although, what's the other one? Not Fend. Strafe. Where she just like auto shoots everything is pretty fun. Slag, you did not enjoy Diablo 3. I have to admit, I did not find it as engaging as Diablo 2, but I still did play it a lot. But I've only played through the campaign once, or one and a bit. So I did a little bit of couch co-op on the Nintendo Switch, actually. Playing through the campaign again. But I intend to play through the campaign before I play Diablo 4. My intention is to play more Diablo 2 in the meantime, finish my mods, publish them, play some Diablo 3. At some stage Diablo 4, but that is in my own playtime, not so much the stream schedule during the week. Straight for the win, eh, Grizz? Well, there's actually synergies in it now, where points into multi-shot buff your strafe damage. So it's worth using both. In my Amazon playthrough, I've been doing exactly that.
There is great evil here.
Yes, there is. We are into the catacombs now. The burial chambers beneath the monastery, beneath the inner sanctum of the rogues' monastery. You've got 4 levels of catacombs to come in and try and find Andariel. So what's third leg? Diablo 3 wasn't a bad game, but you didn't care for the itemization work and the leveling system being so limited and controlled. That's true. I liked the skill system in this a bit better, especially with synergies. Once they introduced synergies, it was so much better. Although still very frustrating that only now with Resurrected you could do skilled resets. Man, we put up with a lot of shit mechanics in the original days. Well, I played Diablo 3. Maybe I played it before the expansion came out, because I played the Witch Doctor first, because there was no Necromancer. And then I eventually did play the Necromancer when it was released. Maybe... Was the Necromancer part of the Reaper of Souls DLC? With Malthael? It's possible that I played it just before the DLC came out. So I got a max level Necromancer, and I loved it, but I played that, I think, only in adventure mode, not in campaign mode. I still think it's hilarious, also, that in the Diablo games, the Necromancer, which a lot of games or universes view necromancy as an evil or a very dark, banned magic, but the Necromancers in the world of Diablo and Sanctuary are followers of the priests, or great priests, or followers of Rathma. Now, Rathma apparently shows up in Diablo 4, and Lilith interacts with Rathma, so I'm interested to learn about that. But Rathma being somehow... Is Rathma one of the lesser demons? Not sure. But not evil. Necromancers are not evil, necessarily, in Diablo. So you've got Zul, who is the canonical name of the Necromancer in Diablo 2, who teams up with the Paladin. And I'm sure the Paladin wouldn't have been a big fan. I'm sure canonically they didn't get along brilliantly, but the Paladin, the Barbarian, the Amazon, and the Sorceress team up. Zul, X-U-L, is the name of the Necromancer. But only 3 of the characters have actually been named so far, I think, right? I actually don't know if the Paladin's been named at all. I just put my own name on it. So what's the, like, personal loot is dumb. The fight for gear is very much part of Diablo. So, personal loot drops, I like, in that you get your own loot drops, I get my own loot drops, and then we can say, hey, you want this or not? I like that, because in Diablo 2 it became a problem because people would just ninja loot everything, and in particular sorceresses with telekinesis would ninja loot everything. However, the whole thing with everything being soulbound, that is less helpful, but loot is more accessible in Diablo 3 than it is in Diablo 2. So in Diablo 2 there is no soulbound stuff, but it's also a lot harder to find a lot of the gear. To the point where in all of my time, all of my playthroughs, even now using mods that boost some drop rates, all of my time, all of my characters, I have still never encountered a pickup of the Stone of Jordan ring. Now that's like an iconic ring. It's a unique ring. It gives you a boost to skills and a bunch of other stats. My friends got Stone of Jordan rings. We duped them in an offline, offline game modes back in the day in the original Diablo 2 that we played. But I've never found a Stone of Jordan. Ever. Loot is so much harder in this game, to the point where I think I don't like it as much, which is what's inspired me to create my custom loot crafting mod, which we will explore in a little while. Vito, you don't like multiplayer in any of your Diablos. I like playing with friends. I love playing any games with friends, to be honest, so I'm always going to be biased in that regard. And, throughout the streaming and the audiences we have here, you've now come to meet and interact with some of my friends. And I think you would agree that they're awesome people. They are great to team up with. But random groups in Diablo 2, less so. I'm not really a fan, like you say. People I know, if you just happen to have friends who play Diablo 2 and play on battle.net, yep, I'm up for that a bit. But the soloing is very fun and rewarding in this game too. So that is what has led me to create my mercenary mod, where we can see I've got two rogues right now, right? One of them is the official proper mercenary. The other one is from my mercenary mod I've created, where we will have a mercenary from each act join us. And that will bring some utility. They don't bring a lot of damage themselves, but they bring utility to try and get more of that party feel. Now, I thought about doing a similar mod where you bring along the other classes, but then you're just going to end up with like a ridiculously massive party. And then how do you get them doing something helpful without being overpowered? There's a lot of work. So I'm unlikely to create that mod at this stage. Unless I had like, 1,000 people screaming for it. Probably not going to do it. So Vito, with friends, it's fine. You just like the constant runs to get better gear. Yes, and that is what frustrated the hell out of me for Diablo 2. That is why we are playing it modded. That is why one of the mods we use boosts drop rate, and I'm going to make a slight adjust to its configuration soon when we talk through some of the mods that we have. And Grizz, RNGesus hates me. It absolutely does. It always does. It always will. This is one of the reasons I never gamble, because RNGesus is never on my side. But yes, no Stone of Jordan for me. What's third leg? What classes do you like to play as? Archelaus. Archelaus, one of our friends who Grizz and I used to frequently play with. He does have good luck. He does get the good drops. He's a playing machine too. He's someone who can, like, a game's released 10 hours ago, but somehow he's got 24 hours of playtime in it. He warps time with his focus and speed. Ooh, Catacombs level 4. All right. Now we're getting serious. Now we are about to... So, safety portal. Big tip for playing Diablo games. Safety portal when something's about to go down. In case you die. You like janky builds exclusively. Jank meaning that they're a bit cumbersome or require a lot of effort to play. Or janky in that an odd combination that is massively successful. I really liked playing the Assassin originally, especially on like Players 8, because she could burn through single targets so quick. Zealer is probably your fave. Oh wow. Oh well, we've timed that well because that's what we're doing on this turn. Zealadin, Chargedin. I can't bring myself to do a Hammerden. It just doesn't interest me. I get it, I get why it works, but like having a paladin to sit there and summon just zoom, 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 all those weird sort of swinging hammers just in circles. It's effective. I've grouped up with people that do it. It's not for me though. Not my style. Oh, need some more mana. There we go. Charge in there. Alright, let's go down here. Now this bugger. Man, I hate Harvest Shamans. Although when you smash them into ice, that works well, because they can't resurrect them if they've been smashed as ice. Shattered. Yoink. Alright, here she comes. Big, stompin' Andariel with her nasty poison. Okay, let's drink a bunch of potions. Sacrifice puncher. Here we go. Oh, we got her. That was faster than I expected, and a unique item / legendary item.
My work here is finished.
Grab all the loot. That's got to be one of the fastest Andariel kills I've ever done. Now, the other thing to always do is there's usually some other loot up the back of this cathedral hallway here. Yes, give me that gold. Alright. Yeah, she went down way faster than I expected. Giggity. Grab these scrolls. Alright, time to head back to town. Time to get some praise from the locals. Oh, and Dariel's weak to fire, so your tip using Holy Fire is what's made the difference there. That is awesome. Thank you for that. Love it. Probably should allocate some more points. Oh, no, we're good. New skill. Combat. Zeal, because we're going to max the Beshiznikals out of Zeal. Alright, Deckard Cain!
This is a great victory indeed, but many more battles await. I will accompany you on your journey. lending what assistance I can.
Thank you.
Remember, Diablo is still out there, seeking something in the desert.
Yes.
I'm afraid that this nightmare will not end until you find what it is that he seeks.
All right, thank you. So we must head east to the desert. Get you to identify our stuff. Let's talk to Kasha.
And Dariel's death brings about renewed life for us all. We mourn the loss of our dear sisters, but at least now we can get on with our lives. I may have misjudged you, Outlander. You are a true hero, and testament to the noble spirit which has inspired our order for generations. Farewell, my friend.
Friend, really? Didn't realize we had reached that level of intimacy. What is Geed gonna say?
I'm gonna party like it's $9.99.
I actually don't know what year or anything it is in this time frame in this world.
Good morning.
I know the Elder Scrolls stuff with Morrowind and Oblivion and Skyrim, but not so much Diablo.
You'll probably go east now. It was good to know you. I hope you'll come back if you ever need anything.
Oh, we will. The ambience and the music in Act 1 is where I like to hang out and do my gear sorting and crafting.
Finally, we may rejoice. We owe you a debt we can never repay. I only hope that in time, we will be able to rebuild our order. All our thanks go with you, my friend.
And thank you, Akara, for... I don't know. Actually...
Good morning.
Let's sell a bunch of stuff we've picked up by accident. What did we get? We got a stout nail spiked club. Cool. We are not going to wield it, but we are going to do something else with it. But we need a Herodric cube first, so we're going to hang on to it. Alright, that's a trident. Oh, I should have kept it because we're going to get a polearm wielding dude in Act 2. Never mind. Plague badge shield. How is that compared to our current shield? Gotta look at the correct one. Nope. Ours is better. Get rid of all of this. The gold will help. That's better than that one. Oh, yes. Alright, let's put some stuff in the stash. Then we shall talk to Wareve, and we shall travel. Any other gear upgrades we should switch to? Rush flange. Maybe the axe. But we need very fast attack speed, according to Wart's third leg. That's a decent scepter here as well, actually. Holy Bolt, Prayer, and Might. It could be better, though. Sacrum's Hand, we should grab that and put that in here. Eisenhart's Lightbrand. Oh, we could have used that before, but anyway, we did not. Ugh. So much gear, so little time. How are we doing for shields?
Good day.
Good day, yes, I hear you. Our pally will be shielding all the way through. Ah, Eisenhart's parry. What do we get if we slap that on? It is more defensive. Let's use that for now. Some of these set items and set bonuses are good for low-level characters, but set gear in Diablo 2 is inferior, pretty much, to all other gear. There's a Lightbrand. Eisenhart's Lightbrand would be the sword, right? We'll test that. Do we want to wear a full set of Eisenhardt? So 70 to 181. It does go up 86 to, well, I know, not necessarily, actually. 181, What bonuses do we get? Life steal per hit, extra blocking, extra attack rating. Oh, the set bonuses. Well, it's a lot more set bonuses. Resistances, faster running. Ah, all right. Let's just. What about this one though? No, all right. So we're not going to use that. Not going to use the axe. Okay. Armor-wise, well, we're still wearing eyes and hearts anyway. There's Cathan's. Nah, that's fine. I could do with an amulet. Some druid stuff I've been saving. I thought I had some paladin stuff too. Anyway, let's chuck that one on for now. Unique amulets that have been dropping in endgame for me and other tunes. Oh, we got Horuses as well. A couple of sets mushed together. Sounds good to me. Alright. Let's just chuck that into the stash. Alrighty. Grizz, I missed your comment earlier. Sorry, going to lick it. You can tell this is a safe place. I'm gonna lick all the things.
The caravan is prepared. We may now journey eastward to Loot Golain.
That's nice, but do you have anything else to talk about? He doesn't. We can't. Oh, alright. Okay, chapter 2. Cinematics. Let's go. Let's travel east into the desert, Wareve. Let's hear Marius recount his story to Tyrael a little more as he followed the Wanderer into the desert east of the monastery.
We traveled east, over the mountains and into the vast deserts of broken lands. As the days passed, my companion told me of himself, that he had once been a great warrior.
Yes, he was.
And that a dark and secret burden now weighed heavily upon him.
Yes. So he was the warrior hero.
Eternity across that barren wasteland. How long? I couldn't say. And always a dark cloud seemed to follow us just over the horizon.
And his poor camel died.
The journey ended. We climbed the vast bridge. There below us lay our destination. The shining jewel, Loot Golain, with a great sea beyond.
I don't know if it's just me, but that music is ridiculously loud.
Perhaps it was the warm desert wind or the sound of the ocean, but for the first time in many weeks, I slept. However, the dreams returned, but these were clearly not my own. I beheld a vision of a great man, the mage, Talrasha. You were there too, Tyrael. I remember seeing you in my dream.
Tyrael was awesome.
Had cornered a great demon, Baal, Lord of Destruction, who had been set loose upon the world. They attempted to imprison the demon within a sacred stone. Yet when their attempts failed, Talrasha selflessly volunteered to contain the demon within himself, completing the prison. He instructed his brethren to bind him within a tomb, buried under the sand, there to wrestle with the demon for all eternity.
Here we go.
Now you know what I seek, Marius. This is my brother. Sleep now. We set out with the dawn.
This is my brother, says the hero, the Wanderer.
The next morning, we walked over the hill toward Loot Golain. I had no idea then of the horrors that were in store for me there.
Dum dum. Okay, so we saw earlier with chapter 1 and with my explanations that Diablo was imprisoned in a soul gem. That was in a dude, the warrior class that you play as in Diablo 1 is King Leoric's son. He is aided by the wizard and the rogue. The rogue is what gets corrupted before the events of Diablo 2 to become Blood Raven. We've taken her out. The mage, we are yet to see what happened of the mage companion for that hero. But that hero jammed the soul stone of Diablo into his own head, which is stupid, but anyway. And he appeared to be starting to succumb to Diablo's influence to the point where he's mentioned his brother. And he's not talking about Talrasha the mage. He's talking about Baal, the Lord of Destruction, in the soul gem that was in the chest, or implanted in the chest of Talrasha. Material was there. So, in times of old, in ancient times, when they tried to bind Lord of Destruction to a soul stone, it did not work as intended, and so Talrasha, a very powerful mage, I think he was part of the Horodrim, or the Horodric a group of mages, I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, he volunteered, he sacrificed himself to be bound, chained up in that chamber, in that tomb, to wrestle against the influence of the Lord of Destruction in that soul gem for all time. So even if he was overcome, he would not be able to escape. That is why the Wanderer was walking east. That is what he sought. Although we still don't really know why he wanted to bring Marius along with him, apart from storytelling reasons where we get to just hang out with him or see in the cinematics. But that is why. Anyway, here we are with our slowly, increasingly badass looking armor. Look at that shield. Now that is a shield. Alright, Jeren, Lord of Lutgelain, wishes to speak.
Greetings, honored traveler. I am Jeren, Lord of Lutgelain, and I bid you welcome to my fair port city. I am glad to know that once again, caravans are free to travel through the Western Pass. For some time now, we have been under siege by an evil power that I cannot identify. Strange, it all began when a dark wanderer came this way, looking for the tomb of Talrasha. No one knows exactly where Talrasha, keeper of Baal, is entombed, but it is certain to be far out in the desert. Now my people whisper tales of the dead rising from their tombs, and horrible creatures lurking amongst the moonlit dunes. Even I have witnessed things which I cannot explain. I've ordered the port closed and all trade ships moored until I am sure that my city is safe. Atma, the tavern keeper, has an important mission for you. Go see her immediately. You'll find her on the other side of town. Now I must return to the palace. I apologize, but I can't invite you in. Things are rather a mess right now.
So, interesting. We've arrived and immediately been sent to speak to Atma. She's got a mission for you. You don't even know who we are, but alright. What else can we ask you about?
The woman Atma may have some useful gossip for you. She can always be found near her public house.
The public house being an inn of sorts?
For trade in magic and the like, see Drognin or Lysander. Drognin is the wisest man I know, without equal in magic and ancient lore. Poor Lysander is nearly deaf, but he's a reliable potion chemist.
Right.
For travel back west, see Wariv, whom you already know. Our own Farah is a fine and honest armorer, and she can heal wounds as well. Elzix is the innkeeper, and may also have some items to trade.
Yep.
Grays, the mercenary captain I hired to secure the gates of Lutgelain, keeps order in town as well. There are others here too. I'm sure you'll meet most of them. Just look around.
Alright, so we must have some reputation already. So he said he would invite us into his palace, but he can't because things are a bit of a mess, alright? Now, things have gotten hectic recently after the Dark Wanderer came through here, because now the desert has been filled with monsters and there's other terrors about. Where is Wariv? There he is.
Now that Andariel is dead, I can return and outfit the rogues properly. Once I've made some trades here, I'll be free to head back to their monastery. Let me know if you want to travel along.
Well, no, we're good. Can we talk about anything else?
Caravans take people where they want to go, until they get there.
And they no longer want to be there? What are you implying? Alright, let's go to the eastern side of town. We'll talk to all of the townspeople, get some introduction to this area, see what's going on.
Greetings. I'm Mashif, captain of this ship here. I make port runs around the Twin Seas and occasionally out to Kingsport in Westmarch. I haven't sailed anywhere lately, though. Jaren has ordered me to stay docked here in case of emergency.
That's true. So Jaren mentioned that he's ordered the port closed until the city is safe. So I'm guessing maybe that's an emergency escape if need?
Wareve is a good friend. We've shared many tales, he and I. If we had it all to do over again, I believe we'd both be explorers of some renown.
So Mashif knows Wareve. Okay, cool. Now, I think the music is like crazy loud or something. Let's just drop it down a little bit. Those cinematics too, that was very definitely loud music. Alright, we've talked to Jaren. Here's the palace.
You may not pass.
We may not pass into the palace. Halen designs it. Designs it? No. Blocks it.
You look like a sturdy adventurer. You know, I used to be quite the scoundrel in my day. I led the fiercest group of bandits who ever terrorized these sands. Nowadays, I run this here inn and pretty much stay out of trouble. My days of adventuring are behind me.
What can we talk about?
Atma. Now there's a fine woman. Lately, though, she's only thinking about revenge. She has reason enough.
Okay, Atma. It's after revenge. Who else are we going to talk to? Grays, the mercenary captain.
I bet you wonder how this town manages to stay safe with all the trouble going on out in the desert. Well, I can tell you that it's got nothing to do with the local town guards. They're all in the palace for some reason. Jaren hired me and my mercenaries to help keep the peace around here. We're not cheap, but we're the best this wasteland has to offer.
Okay. So Grays is, and his mercenaries are protecting everything, because Jaren has pulled all of the guards into the palace. We'll find out later why that is.
Mashif has sailed all around the southern seas and visited many strange lands. Must be driving him mad having to stay anchored here.
Possibly. Alright, let's talk to some other locals, like Lysander. The potion guy.
How do I know I can trust you, You may be as shifty as that pack rat Elzix who runs the inn. But if you need a potion, though, I suppose I can make you one. For a price, of course.
Of course. Always for a price. Vendors are always charging heroes for their activities, for their goods, despite the fact the heroes are saving them. Whatever.
How do I know I can...
Oh, wrong button.
There are some ancient enchanted fountains in the desert that can heal you wounds, if you drink enough from them.
Yes, the Shrines of Health. We have found some of those already. Farah.
Welcome, Brother Paladin. I am Farah. I was once a devout champion of Zakarum.
Zakarum. So that's like one of the religions or sects, not S-E-X, S-E-C-T-S, a religious sect in the forests to the east in Act 3. So we'll discover a little bit more about the Zakarum there. What else can you talk about, Farah? That's a very short introduction.
Welcome, Brother. Atma is a good, loving woman, but I fear she will succumb to her despair and hatred.
More references to Atma and her revenge. Okay. And Vito, you're off to make some rounds. No worries, dude. We'll see you on the other side. Kane.
Stay a while and listen. Elzix is quite a scoundrel, but I like him all the same.
So apparently Elzix as well. So Elzix, the innkeeper, the guy who's over here, on the western side of town. Apparently he was actually a bit of a bandit at one stage, and now he's like retired and settled down and just runs an inn. I'm like, how do you go from being a bandit leader to having a respectable place in the town? Anyway, whatever. Geglash. There's a guy inside here. Forgot about Geglash. Is he a drunk?
I don't know why you people keep pestering me. Grays seems to have this place locked down nice and tight. Not that I couldn't have done the same. I've proven my valor in combat plenty of times.
Sure you have, bro.
I've killed plenty of those demons out in the desert. It doesn't seem to slow them down any, though. They just keep coming back for more.
That's true. The amount of demons that have entered and spawned is massive. Anyway, so he was once a warrior, maybe? I'm not sure on Geglash. I forgot he even existed. Alright, then we've got Drognan. So Drognan being the local magic dude.
I've heard that you are responsible for banishing Andariel back to the burning hells.
Correct.
Impressed, stranger.
Thank you.
That couldn't have been easy. My name is Drognan, and I know what you're up against, my friend. You ought to look over my inventory of items for trade.
Alright, we shall be consulting with Drognan a few times through this chapter.
I've been practicing magic for more years than you could know. I'm older than I look, though not so old that I can't conjure up a few sparks.
Alright, wizard. Cool. Alright, everyone's telling us to talk to Atma. Let's talk to her.
I don't expect this of you, but if you want to help me, I would be grateful. In the sewers below our city, there lurks a horrid creature that hungers for human flesh. The creature has killed many, including my son and my husband. If you destroy it, I will reward you. Please, be careful though. That beast has taken enough from us already. The sewer entrance is through the trapdoor, just up the street.
Duly noted. What else have you got?
Oh, Lysander is cranky, but he's a good old man. He used to give me medicines when my son was ill.
Oh, so is that how your son died? Radamant made him ill somehow.
The creature makes its lair in the tunnels beneath the city. He butchered my husband and son. I simply cannot bear to talk about it.
That is fair. Welcome, Lyrium T. How you doing? We're doing a thorough playthrough of Diablo 2.
Yes?
I'll talk about mods soon as well. Oh, now we can ask everyone about Radamant's lair.
Don't touch my drink, or I'll bore a hole into your skull with my thumb.
With your what? I heard phone, but that's not what he said. Okay, and Mashif.
Ahoy, mate. There are two entrances to the sewers, I believe. One of them is right near here, down by the water beneath the docks. I can see it from my ship, and you can bet I keep an eye on it every night.
Duly noted. Yep. Don't want any nasties coming out of the sewers. Find Radamant's lair in Loot Galane's sewers. We shall, once we have spoken to everyone about the quest. There's quite a number of NPCs in Act 2 who like to chat.
Good morning.
Some of them I don't think I've ever talked to about these things.
I hear that beast is after body parts. Does he eat them? Ugh, ghastly.
We don't know.
It is an honor to serve you. I believe that the creature you refer to is one of the ancient Horadric mummies from the tombs that lie buried beneath the desert sands.
Right.
It is unusual for one of his kind to be so far away from his resting place. I sense in this entity a restless and malevolent spirit.
Okay. That's very useful. I have never done this thorough conversationalization before.
Approach and let's trade.
I'm experiencing some things for the first time, despite the fact I've played this game so much. Both the original and the Resurrected version.
Farah and I have been talking about the creature recently. From my studies, I have deduced that it is Radamant the Fallen. An ancient Horadric mummy that has for some reason left his tomb to prey on mortals. I'm doing some more research now. If you check back later, I may have some more insight as to his nature.
Alright, duly noted. Radamant the Fallen. Cool. Alright, Lysander. Did we talk to, oh, we did talk to Lysander. What about, oh, we can't talk to Jaren because he's inside his damn palace.
You may not pass.
Yeah. Alright, what does Elzix have to say?
Good morning. I hear that the creature kills his victims in order to hack off their limbs. I guess that makes me a less likely candidate, eh?
Yeah, because you've got a fake leg or something? Oh no, you just got a bandaged foot. Alright, finally Grease.
Yes, citizen. I've personally found some of that devil's victims washed up out of the sewer. Often they are missing limbs or a head, and their bodies have always been skinned. At first, the creature raided the town at night.
Ugh.
That's how Atma lost her family. Now we've got him barricaded in the sewers. You're safe up here on the surface, but every now and again, some fool wants to be a hero and heads down to the waste tunnels with a pig sticker.
That's gonna be us, Grease. We are the fool, the next fool to head into the sewers. Meanwhile, Midnight Tabby, tea/dinner is cooked and eaten. Pick in Discord. Hells yes, let's check it out. Good segue. Anyone who is interested, check out our awesome Discord. I love this place. Oh, and there's some other stuff I've missed from today from Moon, or Horsemen of the Apocalypse. That is one hell of a burger, damn. And what have we got here? Midnight, garlic prawn pasta for your housemate. Oh, yes. And salami bacon pasta for lunch today. Yes, I'm a fan. Bring it on. Chicken noodle egg drop soup. Now, is this where you literally drop an egg into the soup in its final stages of cooking, and then like the heat sort of cooks the egg as part of that? Is that right? Something along those lines. I love it. Anyway, good segue for our Discord. If you are interested in joining our awesome Discord, get amongst it. There's some great channels with memes, game info, teaming up, freebies, of course cooking, and the beloved Pet Pics channel. This is probably still my favorite channel, the Pet Pics channel, where everyone shares the pictures of their pets. I am never gonna say no to sending me pet pics. It's like the opposite of a dick pic. No one wants a random unsolicited dick pic. I will always want an unsolicited pet pic or dog pic. Yes. Bring it on. Okay. Now, let's go back to controller mode. Our inventory is okay. We are heading into the sewers. Let's try and help out Atma. Let's explore. Radamant the Fallen. Let's find our way around. Oh, yes. Oh, I like this. Wirt's third leg. I see why you recommend this fast weapons, because even though Zeal boosts our speed, if we are using a fast weapon, it goes even faster. Now we will probably be crafting a unique weapon of our own in future. And we'll make sure we get some speed imbued into it. Boom, boom, boom. There's lots of undead down here, as well as these sand raiders. Still don't have mana leech yet, so we still do run out of mana. Worry not, we will be leeching mana in future. We shall be zealing it up for days, slapping it around. So midnight, what about a duck pic, Grizz? An unsolicited duck pic is probably fine. And so midnight, you break the egg up and pour it into the boiling soup while stirring quickly. Oh, I see. So it actually gets mixed in to the soup and then cooks from the heat of the said soup that is already boiling. I like it. Riz says you need noodles. Everything needs noodles. And today's been a quick food day. And it does have noodles in it, Grizz. There you go. Success. Grab that gem, please. There we go. Use thin rice noodles. I actually really like the rice noodles. I find sometimes egg or wheat noodles can be a bit, I don't know, something doesn't always agree with me. Rice noodles are always pretty solid. Alright, mana potion. And we have leveled. Time to... oh, we're poisoned as well. But we spend more points into Zeal. Let me spend more points in Zeal. God damn it. Alright, so this is the door that takes back to Luke Lane at the docks where Mashif is. But you can use any noodles, you say, Midnight. It's one of the benefits of noodles in general, I guess. They're somewhat interchangeable, are they? Somewhat. Not perfect, but good enough. Alright, stairs down. Excellent. Level 2, sewers. Now, I think there's 3 levels to get to Radamant. Slapping around. Oh shit, I need to get some more mana potions. I didn't pick it up before. I thought I picked it up. I was wrong. Resist fire shrine, yes. These guys shoot fire, and they are called Burning Dead. So they are also fire resistant. Definitely want this. Ooh, Haze Killer. Special monster. Mana potion, yes. Mana potion and rare item. Missed the word noodle in the name. Grizz reading fast and comprehending slow today. Also talking about himself in third person. Well, it's not the first time, won't be the last, eh? You just don't recommend ravioli or tortellini. That would be, but that's like... So, okay, ultimately, I probably agree with you. I think I agree with you on that, Midnight, because they wouldn't fit as well as the other rice noodles you're talking about in the soup. However, they're like little parcels of, you know, goodness themselves. It'd be almost like having little pasta dumplings inside the soup. Oh, it sounds like it could work on paper based on those facts alone. However, it might not work. Like an Italian dumpling soup. Yeah, see, Grizz, you get it. Let's be honest, I'm not fussy enough. I'm gonna be like, yeah, this is awesome. Soupy goodness with chonky bits of noodles and other additives. And then just add in some little meat parcels. Alright, now we need to take out... Oh, that's Radamant. We found him already. Jeez, that's the fastest I've ever found Radamant in this. Alright, keep smacking him. That's it. Keep smacking him. And our mana recharge shine keeps us recharged for... There we go. Alright, that worked well.
I pray that Atma will rest easy now.
Pray that Atma will rest easy now, he says. Well, job done. First quest down already. Hells yeah. Awesome. Let's go back to... Hang on, we'll talk to everyone else first in case it disappears from our conversations list. Asian dumpling absolutely would be better suited. So could you do Asian dumpling and rice noodles in that soup? That sounds like a perfect combo, actually. And now you're making me hungry.
My ship is your ship. Good job, mate. At night out on my ship, I was often awakened by that fiend's awful moaning. I'll bet I rest easier now.
Alright, that one's down. Who else wants to talk? Lysander.
There's nothing the right portion can't cure.
Okay, duly noted.
Little of what I am able to hear is of any value. Radaman's death, however, is news worth hearing. I'm sure Atma will be glad to hear of this.
Yes, she will. We will talk to her soon.
Good day. As you have helped Atma and all of us, so shall I help you.
Which now means discount, I think.
Good day. If you haven't already, tell Atma that Radamant is dead. It may help to ease the weight of her mourning.
Radamant is dead once more. We will tell her shortly.
Welcome to the Desert Rain. We ran into one of those old tomb guardians when I ran with my bandits. I know they aren't easy foes to face, so you sure have my respect. Have you told Atma yet?
Not yet. We will raise.
Who goes there? You've killed Radamant, eh? That's quite a nice piece of work. If you ever need a job as a mercenary, I'd be happy to sign you up.
Duly noted. Thank you, Grays and Drognan.
Good day. From what you tell me, it would seem that Radamant was bent on the task of reviving his own mummified corpse with the flesh of the living.
Okay.
This is very unusual indeed. It takes an incredible magic power to alter the singular purpose of an undead mind. Perhaps there is a power at work here, which is beyond my ken.
Well, there is definitely a bunch of stuff going on with the Wanderer / Diablo coming through here. Atma's blocking the door. Let's talk to Geglash first. Where are you? Drunken man.
Whoa. Radamant the Fallen, is it? Look, I've fallen off many a bar stool. No one calls me Geglash the Fallen. I might go so far as to say, Geglash, you've fallen.
Alright. Geglash, you have fallen. Get up, you silly bastard. Alright. Atma. Where are you? Come out here. You are stuck. She's once again stuck behind the wall as we need to talk to her. Alright, that's fine.
They say that the taste of vengeance is bittersweet, but I find it to my liking. In addition to my undying gratitude, I have spoken on your behalf with the rest of the townspeople. The merchants have agreed to show their gratitude by offering their wares and services at lower rates. Oh, Jaren wants to see you too. You'll find him in front of the palace.
Jaren. Okay, Lord Jaren. Can we talk about anything else? Oh, same again.
Evil has laid siege to Lutgolain, and you may be our last hope.
Maybe. Okay. What does Jaren want to talk about? Oops, ran into a barrel. There he is. Ah, shit.
For trade. Greetings, honored Things are...
Oh no, I hit the button and upset it. The 7 tombs, Jaren. There we go.
It is well known that there are 7...
Alright, let's...
It is well known that there are 7 great Horadric tombs hidden beneath the sands in the furthest reaches of the desert. One of them surely must be Talrasha's prison. You must explore each of the tombs to find Talrasha's exact location. Of course, Diablo is searching for the tomb as well. No one can guess as to what terrors he has unleashed in his search.
He has unleashed quite a bit. So, Tal Rasha's tomb is in the desert. It has Tal Rasha and the Lord of Destruction, Baal, bound to him. Okay, let's get that. That looks like an upgrade for our mercenary rogue. However, we're going to switch mercenaries now. So, give me all your stuff. Don't have enough room. Right, so if you don't have a mercenary somehow, when you take out Radamant, Grays will give you a free one. Anyway, we're going to choose. We're going to hire our own mercenary from Grays. And we're going to go down the path of Defiance. So, the mercenaries from Act 2 all have an aura. And this is why they're the most popular mercenaries to use. For now, we're going to go with Hazard here, I think, who has a Defiance aura, boosting our defense. When we come back in Nightmare difficulty, there's a different set of auras available, for which we will likely choose Might. Now we have hired Hazard. Now,
put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
Okay, we've equipped him with some stuff. We need to give him a weapon. So these guys use spears and polearms. Do I have any... Dim Oak's Hue? That's a unique. Could work. Blood Thief, level 17. We are not 17, we are, well, 16, not terrible.
Put that to good use.
Anyway, that's all good. We shall sell all of this other stuff. Farah. Alright. Now we are ready to be in business for the next act, the next series of quests. What does... Kane doesn't have anything to say as yet. Cool. Alright. Let's pause gameplay for a moment and let's talk about mods. How do you install mods on Diablo 2 Resurrected? I'ma show you because it is awesome. So... first things first, when you want to look at installing mods, my suggested way to do it is to obviously go to the Nexus. And the first thing you want to get is Diablo 2 Mod Manager. There are a few mods out there already for Diablo 2 and Diablo 2 Resurrected. However, like in most mods, they can overlap or override each other. Diablo 2 Mod Manager is unique in that it kind of compiles the changes into the file system within the game. It has a really good analogy here. If you are to talk about normal mods where you just implement them or copy them in, you've got an item, you've got a fancy handle mod, plus a double axe mod for your... from your mods. If this is one mod and this is the other mod, you'll either have to choose one with either the fancy handle or the double handle, or the double blade, because they overwrite each other. This is common with most mods, especially with the likes of Skyrim and Elder Scrolls. You can have this if you're not careful, and it's often not easily known. And that's what got me into modding in the first place. Now, with D2RM, Diablo 2 Mod Manager, you can grab your base game, grab your component, where it's just, this is the bit you want to change, and this head is the other bit we want to change, and D2RM will combine them. So you've got the item, plus the handle, plus the head, and voila, fancy handle and fancy double head. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, maybe have a look at this mod page to read it a bit more. If I try and summarize it, it's basically, it just gets the pieces of change and then compiles them into the mod list that, or the mods that will be implemented into your game. Instead of each mod replacing the whole axe, D2RM will effectively allow you to replace little pieces of it and compile them together. Instructions unclear, installed Candy Crush by mistake. That sounds legit. All right, so this is what happens when you've installed D2RM or Diablo 2 Resurrected Mod Manager. This is what I recommend you use. There are mods on the Nexus that are specifically built for this, including the mods I have created. I will talk about them in more detail later. But for now, a good way to see other mods that are using it is you click on the requirements, and this mod doesn't require any dependencies, but it does show other mods that require this one. So you can see there's a decent list of mods here growing that use D2RMM. The great thing about this is it's very easy to pull mods together. What I would describe as being a downside to it is the mods are written in JavaScript for the most part, open source. And everyone can easily see what the code is in there, which is kind of cool if you wanted to tweak about it or do a little bit of learning. But it also makes some mods very primed for stealing. So one thing to be careful of when you install mods, please check either comments or posts on them to make sure that people haven't stolen someone else's work, claimed it as their own, and then posted it as a mod on the Nexus. Now, the Nexus is pretty good. People report mods that are ripping off other people's work. It's very rare. Very rare. Almost never happens. But one of the downsides are people can effectively steal code because it's so accessible. Anyway, if we look at the mod list itself, this is my recommended mod list. I have also compiled these into a list on my Patreon page. If you visit my Patreon, you can see this article without sponsoring me. It is there for free. However, sponsoring would always be appreciated. Wink, wink. Now, I'll put a link to this in the chat if you do want to see this link. Now, if you're watching this on YouTube in the future, the links will be in the description below as well. Worry not. So this is what the mod manager looks like. And then you can see I've got mods added in here. Now, where the mods live. So if depending on where you've installed it, I have installed it into my games folder. There's my installation here. It might be small text on the screen with the resolution, but Diablo 2 Resurrected. Underneath is Diablo 2 Resurrected Mod Manager. Inside here is a folder called Mods. This is where you install your mods into. When you download a mod from the Nexus, now the Nexus does claim that Vortex can handle mods for Diablo 2. I suspect it can only handle one mod overriding everything at a time. I don't know, I haven't tried it. However, Diablo 2 Mod Manager, you want to download the file manually. So for example, I have downloaded Diablo 2 mods. Here's a bunch of the mods I've grabbed. You'll have a zip file. So if we were to pick one of these, for example, Merc Equip. If you do not have 7-zip on your PC, you are doing it wrong. You are doing life wrong. You are PCing wrong, in my opinion. Install 7-zip. It is free. It does everything. It's way better than WinRAR, WinZip, and all the others out there. Just put it on. Just use it. If you have another way to unzip zips or RARs or 7-zips, then that's fine. Whatever you're happening with. However, 7-zip is my obvious choice. All you do, you open up the zip file. You can either unzip it to your local directory, and then you can see the files here, or you just open it in the browser, and then you can see here, Merc Equip, you would just grab this directory and chuck it into, or copy it into this mods folder here, this mods directory within inside Diablo 2 Resurrected. If those instructions are a bit hard to follow, it may be best you don't try and follow them. You do need to have some slightly above basic skills in navigating a file system on a Windows machine to do this. if that's a lot to follow, don't do it. You're just going to cause yourself pain. Sorry, but it's true. Otherwise, learn how to do it and then do it and do these steps and chuck it in. So that's how you install mods. You browse through here. You can, for example, you can see within the Nexus what are the top files or what is trending. See what appeals to you, but generally speaking, you want it to say 4D2RMM. That's how you know it works with the Diablo 2 Resurrected mod manager. Throw the files in there. They will then show up in here. If you add some more, all you do is you just hit this button, refresh mod list, and away you go. These are my recommended mods, and I shall explain why. Expanded inventory. Yes, obviously, more inventory space is good. Expanded stash. Same deal, although you'll have to follow some steps on the mod page to enable some of the additional tabs. But the instructions are there, can be done. Increased drop rate. This one, I suggest you make some adjustments. I suggest boosting the rune drop rate to be somewhere between 50 and 100. I suggest dropping down. Now I'm going to change this because I think this is unique. I think it's like 5 by default. I've dropped it to 1. I'm going to buff it to maybe 2 or 3. Not sure. We'll go with 2 for now. The default drop rate in the game is 0.25%, by the way. But I think these are set to 5 or 10%. And then rare and magics are defaulted to... actually, this is defaulted to 20 for each of these by default. In the game, they are usually around 1 to 2 to 3%. So that's what I suggest setting them to for a balanced experience. However, set them to what you'd like. You want a higher chance of uniques dropping? Then set it. You will be flooded with uniques, but by all means go about what suits your playstyle and your enjoyment, because your enjoyment is why we're doing this. No one can tell you ultimately what you should or shouldn't do. Bosses drop Sundering Charms, chuck it on there. It's not that relevant when you use one of the later mods regarding removing immunities, but I chucked it on anyway. Now Sundering Charms drop from some of the special bosses in Hell difficulty. Increased gambling chance. The main reason I like this one is not so much the chance boosted when you gamble with Geed or one of the NPCs, but in fact to add missing items. This is what I like the most. So I'd happily turn off all the other options, but I just leave them on anyway. But it means add missing items. Now this can be useful for finding useful class-specific items such as wands, such as staves or staves. Which is even more useful when you use my crafting mod, which we will talk about later. Later tonight, we shall talk about those. So that's the main reason I'd turn all that shit on. Increase stack size. So this means arrows and certain things and tomes will stack more items in them. Just more convenient. Infinite ranged weapons. This is so that arrows never run out. Spears never run out. Just chuck it on. It just makes your quality of life a lot better. Some special items later in the game, some uniques or some rares will replenish their own quantity anyway. This will just mean that your arrows and stuff don't really, what's the right word? Decline. Don't get consumed. Merc equip. This means there's more slots for giving cool items to your mercenary. Chuck it on. Perfect drops. This reduces some of the chance. So everything about Diablo 2 is RNG. As we've discussed in my playthrough earlier, I have bad luck with RNG or random number generation. So every item has a range plus 5 to 10 fire damage, and then it will roll when the item's created, and maybe you get plus 6, or maybe you get plus 10. This will ensure that items roll with their maximum chance. If it's got a chance of 1 to skills or 3 to skills, it'll be 3 when it drops. I like it because it just takes some of the grind out of it, and it means I'm not wanting to compare multiple legendary or unique items together because they're going to have the same stats, the max stats they can spawn with. However, if that's too overpowered for you, then don't bother. Stackable gems and stackable runes. These are awesome because you can now stack them up. Chuck them in your cube, hit the transmute button, and it will turn it either into a stacked item or a non-stacked item. We can cover some of that a bit later, but that is good. Less inventory space wasted for stacking stuff is good. Charmsy, this is something that just adds some more options to charms. I suggest turning off sockets. Don't make your charms socketable, in my opinion, because I think that becomes too overpowered, especially if you're using my mercenary and my crafting mods. However you can. You can if you want to. You can make it so you can put gems and jewels into charms that sit in your inventory. I suggest turning it off. I think the others are defaults, although rune words, you can actually enable rune words as well for charms. I don't think you should do that either. Rare charms I think is useful because you can find some powerful charms. That's kind of cool. But anyway, they're the options there. This is how I suggest you set it up. And I've just realized that's behind my portrait on the video. There we go. I've hit the wrong button. Which one? It was Charmsy. There we go. That's my suggested. I think it's mostly default, but turn off sockets. Counters rune drop fix. So apparently the counters is a good source of getting runes if you want to collect powerful runes for making rune items. I think there is a bug where she can sometimes be stuck only dropping certain runes. This fixes it. I haven't looked into the details. I'm just trusting the mod author and what they've said. Diablo just adds some more visuals and gory deaths to some of the mods. Why not throw it on there? Expanded cube means more storage space within your Horadric cube. Increase Uber key drop rate. So when you're playing on Hell mode, you can get Uber keys or Uber resources dropping from certain bosses. You can then combine them to do special events like Uber Diablo or Uber Andariel, etc. This just increases their drop rate. I say yes because you don't want to be grinding shit endlessly. That's dumb. Light pillar. This adds a beam of light on the ground when certain gems and runes or charms drop, so you don't miss them. We've already talked about how the fact there's a lot of loot in this game you just should not pick up because ain't nobody got time for that. But you want to make sure you do collect gems, jewels, and charms, and runes. Melee area damage. I actually don't recommend this one. I'm going to remove it, but I'm just going to... I need to double check my stash first because it has a chance for you to collect a charm that has a melee area damage. If you've played Path of Exile, it's like melee splash. Like you hit something and it hits everything in the area. It seems to work okay, but it seems a bit overpowered at times and underpowered at other times, and it's just a bit odd in its implementation because Diablo 2, by default, just does not support any kind of splash damage. I admire how they have implemented it, but I'm going to actually remove this. However, if you do remove it, you need to make sure that you've removed all charms relating to this from your stash and inventory. Otherwise, you might have some weird conniptions happen. And that's because of the fact that this game implements a new skill. And the game does not like trying to load when a assigned skill is missing. Frosty, no shinies left behind. You're gonna make a shirt or something. Yeah, well, maybe I should do that on our merch shop as well. Well, how shiny though? How shiny is shiny? Is a dull piece of metal shiny, or is a gold piece of metal shiny? and there he goes, casually hurting your soul again. Yeah. I know, ain't got time, only applies to shade. Well, alright, go and play Diablo, pick up all the loot, and then we'll see how it takes you 100 hours to get through the first 3 acts. And you'll have just too much gold that you'll hit the gold cap, because there's a limit to how much gold you can store in this game too. All shinies, hey? All shinies. I'm going to agree with most shinies. Anyway, moving on. Necromancer and Druid for DTRMM. Look, this is up to your personal taste. These mods have some features where it lets you have, for example, like, one of each golem if you're playing as a Necromancer. A lot of the options in here I actually do think you should disable because they become overpowered. So I've disabled most options here, such as the auras and changes to the golems and summons. However, if it interests you, check it out. Like I say, as long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. You can also set it so that revives don't have a time limit. I have left that on for the moment because I can't be bothered micromanaging revives. Could be a bit overpowered though, I don't know. Up to you. Remove monster immunities. I am a fan of this one. In Nightmare and Hell difficulties, it means that some monsters will be immune to certain types of damage. That means fire cannot damage them, or lightning, or cold, or poison, or physical. Some enemies therefore cannot be physically damaged at all. I don't like that. It is fucking annoying, especially considering some of the builds you have to do for your character tend to focus around a certain damage type. I think it's a cheesy difficulty or cheesy game development design to just shortcut making it harder to slow you down. I turn that off. Resistance is still allowed, so they can still have reduced damage, but I like to turn off immunities. Especially because sometimes you can get some special monsters that have 3 immunities. Well, that's nice, and you can't fight them at all a lot. And it just, from a universe perspective, doesn't make sense because even the primevals like Diablo, even Diablo doesn't have any kind of immunity. But I do recognize that immunities are there from a difficulty perspective and a challenge perspective. If you think that's making it too easy, that's fine. I think it's unnecessarily cheesily hard and not enjoyable. Chuck this mod on. So back on the loot still. If it's not lootable, sorry, if it's lootable, it's mine. I'm discriminating against dull shinies, says Vito. Log, bag, box, dead thing, mine. Yes, if it's lootable, it's mine. If it's not lootable, I'll click to be sure. Yes, Grizz, I've watched him do that in playing multiplayer games. Must search entire map to be sure. Exactly. Vito, and all baddies must be killed. Well, I tend to be thorough depending on the game, but not in Diablo. I will happily run past monsters because they just constantly spawn and regenerate. Not worth it, in my opinion. Depends on the game, but I understand where you're coming from. Even when you play Genshin, you collect everything. Midnight, really? So Midnight, even playing Genshin Impact, you go and collect all of the things. I will admit that I collect more things when playing an MMO. I loot most things in an MMO, not everything, but in like a looter shooter or a looter action RPG, less so. There is always a chest in that last small corner. Yes, Grizz, you're very thorough. Playing something like Skyrim or Oblivion or one of those games, yes, I will absolutely kill everything and take all the loots. Don't worry. But not action looter shooters or action RPGs where you're just flooded with it. I don't have the time. Okay. So easy rune upgrade. This is a mod that makes it a bit easier to combine runes for higher level runes in your cube. So it needs 2 instead of 3 for high level runes. It's just a convenience thing considering how rare runes are. Holy balls. High-level runes are so rare in this game. Summon D-clone item. I can't remember what this one does. It's something about like Diablo clone and stuff for some of the end game activities. I haven't actually utilized it yet. But anyway, I grabbed it. I thought it looked cool. Town's quality of life changes. I've turned this off for our story playthrough, but generally speaking, I suggest leaving it on. What it does is it just changes some of the locations of the likes of where your town portals appear and where you spawn into town and where Deckard Cain is. This means less running around town trying to get shit done. Perfect gems. This means that perfect gems can drop from mobs, especially on hell difficulty, whereas in the default game they can't, apparently. I thought they could, but this was saying that they can't, or it's extremely low. Anyway, I have it enabled by the defaults. Numbered rune names. This means that the runes themselves will have their number in them in terms of 1 to 32 as to how rare they are. It's just useful. So understanding where they fit in the hierarchy and the rarity. Short quality prefixes, this is entirely optional. This is where you've got like broken or worn or damaged or superior items that drop. You can instead configure it to have like plus or minus, so it just shortens the name on screen. That's all it does. Nothing too significant, but it is useful. Skill icons, this is cool. It just makes the actual icons for your skills a little bit more interesting to look at, with a little bit of pastel color in them. Skip intro videos, hells yes. You can load the game faster just when you want to load up. Skipping the Blizzard and intro cinematics, definitely chuck it on. War cries duration, this is a mod that will just buff some of the war cries, in particular the battle orders duration from the warrior, sorry, not the warrior, the barbarian, but also if you're using the rune word, is it call to arms, where it gives you the ability to cast them on any character. Disenchanter, this is kind of cool. However, I'm also implementing similar functionality in my crafting mod. This is where you can take any item and disenchant it to get a white superior item. So you can then socket it, and then you can chuck in some runes for awesome rune word recipes. No stamina drain. Hell yes. Definitely install this. Stamina is dumb. I said again, stamina is dumb. Especially in Diablo. All it does is affect how much running you can do. All modern games don't have it. What this does is it just means stamina, not a thing. Don't worry about it. You can run forever. It's just an inconvenience to have it in by default. A lot of people were pissed and upset, or at least venting their frustrations that the Resurrected version of Diablo 2 didn't get rid of this or make it useful in an actual useful way. Stamina is stupid. No stamina drain. Get amongst it. More sockets. This is one of my mods. This adds more sockets available in other gear pieces. So by default, certain gear pieces can only have certain number of sockets. I have changed it. I will talk about it later in more detail. Anyway, more gear, more sockets. Rune words can now be applied to anything. Socket punching is another mod. This enables you to use the Heraldric Cube and some jewels to punch more sockets into your gear, which is awesome. Makes it a lot easier to find gear that you want to craft with for rune words, but combine it with mine and even cooler. Band of Mercs. This is the mod that's allowing us to have multiple mercenaries in our party. This is mine. We'll talk about that more in future. Same with muting the auras, my own heraldric crafting, and then ultimate class skills. This is very much unfinished, but that is what we have today. That is what is installed on our playthrough. That is my recommended list. Get amongst it. I think it makes playing a single-player Diablo 2 much more enjoyable, considering how inaccessible a lot of stuff is in this game by default. If you're not playing on Battle.net with other high-level characters and teaming up, some of this is damn near impossible. Now, who is giving me grief on chat about loot? Still. Grizz, you've played Borderlands with me. Yes, I have. I mentioned it earlier, Grizz. Every chest, box, locker, dead thing always must be looted. That game is loot overload. I don't care, they're all mine. Yes. And you spend 2 hours playing Borderlands with Grizz and you achieve nothing because all he's done is open every little mailbox, collecting every $1 or $2 thing. Just kill the bad guy over there and get $300. Much more efficient. Frosty shot through the heart and shades to blame. He doesn't loot all the shiny things. Is that like supposed to be sung in Bon Jovi? Like, shot through the heart and shades to blame. He doesn't loot all the shiny things in game. Grizz, you never liked that only certain things had sockets. Why can't I put a gem in anything? My mod allows that now. We'll talk about that, I don't know, maybe in after this act? I'm not sure. God of War Law, you've joined. Welcome. How you doing? All right, let's continue. What we might do first is, because this game, we are moving slower than I thought we would. I might take a break for a couple of minutes. let's everyone get a break, get some snacks, some drinks, etc. Have a whiz, whatever you got to do. We'll be back on in a couple of minutes, and we shall continue to play through Act 2, exploring the story and the lore. And then, yeah, we'll see where that takes us, huh? Let's do that. Alright, who's still here? Have we lost anyone? Did I bore you? Apologies if we did. Alright, pee break, drink break over. Let's continue, shall we? Diving into Act 2. And God of War lore, you have started God of War Ragnarok and you're addicted. There's a surprise considering how much you love that game and you love and understand the lore. Could have very easily predicted that you would love that. Alright, now let me pull up. Actually, let's go talk to, before we get too far into it, let's talk to Drognan. Now let's leverage my next
Not here.
mercenary. Does he have a desert? We can get a desert merc. Excellent. Let's chuck that into our slots here. Like I mentioned, one of my mods enables us to summon merc from each act. Rogue, desert merc, and the aura he brings is a oh shit, hang on, what is he? No, concentration aura, I think. Yes. Because we are not using concentration on this tune. We are using currently Holy Fire. I'm trying to put more points into Zeal, but it will not let us. Alright, let's continue out into the desert. I think we still needed to chat to Deckard Cain. Did he have something?
Good day. Diablo nears his goal. We have little time to lose. Remember, my friend, that Andariel gave herself willingly to Diablo's cause. It would be prudent to assume that the other evils will attempt to aid their master as well.
Alright, that's fine. Let's go. Let's go, team. Our posse expands very slightly. Into the desert we go. We need to find... Quest log is telling us.
They say that the taste...
Hang on. Yeah, we get the Book of Skill.
Not here.
I thought we were meant to get the quest tip to go to the hall, find the cube under the halls of the dead. We got the Book of Skill from Radamant. Was there another scroll we were meant to pick up there? I picked up all the loot from Radamant. Anyway, let's just continue, I guess, because I know where to go. I don't know why it's not showing up. Alright, in the desert. Let's smack him down. Bring it on. Vito, how is your shift going, my dude? Things going smooth? Let's yoink that. Ooh, mana potion. Yes, please. Let's continue. Nice and quiet. Quiet is good, yes. You don't get bored. And you're not overwhelmed. So, we're in the Rocky Waste. That is the Stony Tomb. No, we want to get to the Dry Hills. Dry Hills. And then we find the Halls of the Dead. Lightning resistance is very useful in Act 2. Because you'll see, we find these stupid beetles. Really annoying beetles. That do like charged bolt lightning everywhere when you hit them. Alright, let's cut some laps. So what I tend to do is to run around the perimeter. Hang on, is this it? Yes, we found it. Alright, we're into the Dry Hills. Now we want to find the waypoint. And get some mana. I'm gonna find the waypoint. And then the Halls of the Dead. It's our first mission objective. Now, real veterans and experts of Diablo 2 kind of know the general direction you need to run in all of the generated maps. I know some, but not all, so I'm not going to be the most efficient person around. But that's alright, we'll still get it done. Down it goes. It is very satisfying when you shatter them. It's the way it shatters that matters. Is that Violet Crumble? Is that the slogan for Violet Crumble? I don't know, I don't see ads anymore. And we are burning through mana so quickly. Alright, well that was running around in circles for no benefit. Give... Oh, mana shrine. Yoink. Take it back. The circle's paid off. Still need to find a waypoint. Waypoint. And the Halls of the Dead. Health shrine over there. We are good. Sometimes there's a stairs down in these desert areas. Yoink. Well, there's a question. Grizz, were you a... Well, I'm a Honeycomb fan. Are you towards Violet Crumble or Crunchy? Or any other Honeycomb fans? Any other Aussies? Crunchy or Violet Crumble? What is your pick? I started out as Violet Crumble as a kid, and then in my pre-teens I switched to Crunchy. You're not getting involved in this discussion. Wars have been fought over this, eh? They are too sweet. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I know you're not a massive sugary sweets person. I am. Love me some honeycomb. Oh, yes. You're a salt guy. Well, I've always said you're very salty. Salty in general. Nope. I'm just gonna charge. I'm out of mana, cannot charge. We have still not found either a waypoint or the Halls of the Dead. Such is the plight of running around the desert. Okay, this looks like Halls of the Dead. Cool, that's where we need to go for our quest, but I first want to find a waypoint so we can quickly pick up where we left off. Here it is. Excellent. Down we go into the halls. Mana potion, yoink. Okay. Into the tombs, our first tomb. Alright. Ignore the annoying trap. Now we need to be careful of these Roderick-style mummies, as they are powerful. Oh, and we found the next level already. Hells yeah. So these guys resurrect undead. So you kill an undead, these little bastards will bring him back up again. They are our priority targets. Ooh, level up. Nice. Level up means I can put more skill points into Zeal. Alright. Down you go. Cookie! How you doing, man? Looks so pretty. More mods than I can poke a stick at? Well, actually, I think I'm sitting on about 39 mods or something. Not too bad. But none of them are graphics mods. This is just Diablo 2 Resurrected in its purest form. It does support ultra-wide mode, because I do ultra-wide in all of my streams now. However, it does put a little bit of black on the edge of the screens. It fades it out, but it is there. So yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I think, I don't know, I suspect this is the same engine. Oh shit, we broke our sword and now we're punching stuff. Ha! Alright, that's... Back to town we go. But I suspect the engine for Diablo 4 is the same engine but a later version, or
good to see you.
Something to that effect. Because this game looks amazing. And it looks better than Diablo 3 by a lot. Alright, now let's just repair all the things. Thank you. So we actually have enough money to repair stuff now. Alright. Back to the tomb. Let's keep fighting. It is very much a HD remake, yes. They have done very well in this. And... oh, stuck on the damn terrain. But yeah, it's no Anthem, hey Grizz. For those unaware, when we would play multiplayer with Cookie, Cookie was always impressed and had to comment on the beauty of Anthem's world, and it is very good. It is very good. Oh, and we've got a dad joke. Sorry, I missed it. My friend said to me, "What rhymes with orange?" I said, no, it doesn't. I love it. So if you... well, you were a spin-to-win barbarian, if I remember correctly, Cookie. That was your preferred class. I can recommend that Diablo 2 Resurrected. If you're a fan, it's worth playing. The downside, however, is that it's still got a lot of the frustrations surrounding loot rarity, loot difficulty, and game difficulty at the end game without super awesome loot. Hence why mods come to the rescue to turn it into a genuinely enjoyable first single-player experience. You liked the Necro? Oh, me too. I think you were like the same as me, but flipped. So my first choice was Necromancer. Second choice was Barbarian. I think yours was just the same, but around the other way, right? Alright, level 3. We must be getting to the point where we're nearly there. Find something very useful down here. Apparently we're running low on potions. That's okay. Down portal, yoink. At some stage soon we shall also... oh, there's a sparkly chest. Alright, drink some mana. Zeal all the things. Charge him down, that's it. Charge this one. Okay, set item change boots. Yoink. Now, let me just quickly do mouse and keyboard for inventory management, because what we want to do, really, is I like to put rejuvenation potions slot 1. There we go. Alright. Good job, team. You took him out. Here we go. Horadric Cube. Yoink. Now, we can head back to town and continue. Oh, grab that rejuve. Grab that mana potion. Quest log. Take the artifacts to Kane. We shall. Bit of strength, bit of vitality. Kane.
You have quite a treasure there in that Horadric cube. According to Horadric lore, the cube can restore a Horadric staff.
Yes.
To do it, use the cube as you would a scroll. When the cube opens, place both pieces of the staff into it and use the cube's transmute power. You'll be pleased to know that the cube has other alchemical uses as well. 6 gems plus 1 sword transmute into a socketed longsword. You may also transmute 2 quivers of crossbow bolts into 1 quiver of arrows, while 2 quivers of arrows yield 1 quiver of bolts.
Yes.
I must leave it to you to discover other formulae.
And other formulae definitely exist, especially with the addition of mods. And stay a while and listen. Cookie, you're absolutely on the money. Wirt's Leg, Vito raises a good point. Wirt's Leg and a book of Town Portal opens up a portal to the secret cowl level. However, you must have completed the campaign on the current difficulty level before that will open, so we can't do that yet. But we will. Oh, yes, we will. Anyway, here's the Horadric Cube, and with the expanded cube mod, this is the inventory we can fit within it if we wanted to store stuff. Oh, I've got another Horus's heel chain boots. Let's store that, because we will discombobulate that later. And this one, we might also discombobulate later. Do we have any other epic weapons? Ooh, the Bloodrise Morning Star. That's fast and does good things. Just having a quick look through our gear here. We haven't geared up much. We probably don't really need to gear up too much yet. Steel Clash. Oh, Eisenhart's parry. Oh, Steel Clash is a good shield as well. For switching weapons, we should switch shields also. And some armor. Looking through my stash, my stockpile. Nothing is really jumping out yet, though, is it? Maybe the Hawk Mail? Eh. Not terrible. Have a look at that. Let's see how this all adds up. Is your storage bigger than normal? Seems like cheating to you, eh, Cookie? Well, yes, it is bigger than normal, and this is what I was talking about earlier. This is where I think mods improve things. That is an upgrade. We'll switch to that. And therefore, we'll switch all of these out. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. So, yes, technically it is a bit easier, and my argument is that it also makes the game a bit more enjoyable from a single player perspective. Plus, the amount I have played this, I have earned it. I have multiple characters on Battle.net. I've struggled through this game many times because this game has a lot of loot rarity, which I think could be better. Hence mods, hence my crafting mod. Wait till you see that. Talking about that later too. It's not the size of your storage, it's how you use it. Oh, now, can we talk to other townsfolk about... No.
Legend has it that Tal Rasha lies imprisoned within his tomb, forever struggling to keep the Lord of Destruction bound. His was a selfless act, although perhaps foolhardy.
Well, if it works, it works. So far, it is working. And...
Diablo nears...
Yeah, so he doesn't have anything new to say.
You have quite a...
Oh, it's the same for both. Alright, that's fine.
Greetings. When Tal Rasha chose to embody the spirit of Baal, he knew his doom was to wrestle eternally against the will of the greater evil. Look around you and ask yourself, has the battle been won or lost?
The battle maybe paused, Lysander? Oh, Warreeve. I keep forgetting Warreeve is here. We can ask his opinion on things too.
Where can I take you? Be very careful, my friend. I think I've seen enough recently not to doubt that these tombs exist. And if they do, they are most certainly guarded by terrible creatures.
Which we shall slay. Any gossip?
Jaren has his father's strength and wits. He's young, but he rules this place with wisdom and care. I think he'll grow into a fine sultan, provided we all survive this crisis.
Ah, so Jaren hasn't been lord of this town for too long, perhaps. Does Jaren have anything else to say about the tombs?
Good day. It is well known that there are...
Nope, he doesn't. That's what he said before. Okay, Elvix and Grease. Not to be confused with Grizz. Very different.
So, you're going to search for the 7 tombs, huh? Don't you know that they're just desert legends, passed between merchants and travelers? No one really believes that they exist.
Oh, well, we'll see about that, my friend. Vito, you say I need more mana. Yeah, the mana does burn out very quickly at the moment, but we will get there. We'll have some more mana in future, don't worry. I'm trying to prioritize other stats first, but also some of our gear and some of our mana leeching will make up for it soon too, theoretically. Frosty, kind of like really early in Final Fantasy games. 100% Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Master recently. One monster has 1/64 chance of spawning. Three separate 3-hour sessions of walking up and down bridge, spawning random encounters, hoping for the one. And finally, the damn super boss mech machine spawns. Really? You have no idea the tears you shed, then beat it first right and earn the bestiary entry. Only you would be such an epic, epic achiever. Well done, Frosty.
Yes, citizen. If you're going into the deep desert, why not hire a few of my men to watch your back?
Well, I would. We can only hire one, though, and we have done that. Thank you, Grease.
Good day. Tal Rasha's tomb is hidden deep in the desert among 6 others. Tal Rasha's symbol marks the true tomb. If you want to know what that symbol is, you should be able to find it within the legendary Arcane Sanctuary.
I feel like that's a spoiler, because we're not even anywhere near up to the Arcane Sanctuary yet, my dude. How does anyone know what the Arcane Sanctuary is?
There's no trouble a mug can't cure. I've heard legends of the tomb of Tal Rasha, but I thought they were just old tales meant to scare young children.
Alright, well, we're gonna find it.
Huh? Oh, I'd go with you to those tombs, but, I don't like all that living dead stuff.
Yeah, fair enough. I can see that. Wrong buttons, I'm pushing. There we go. And Mashif, he's the last person, right?
Good to see you. I'm sorry, I can't help you much here. Now, if the tombs were across the ocean, then I'd be the guy to talk to.
Alright. Back to controller mode. Back into the desert. Because where we need to go is the maggot lair under the far oasis to find the shaft of the Herodric staff. That's where we're going. Row Hills. Now, I think the way out was down to the southwest. That's where we're going. So, Frosty, you swear the devs are evil for leaving that shit in the remaster. Like, I'm pretty sure it was a bug in the original release and they just kept it for nostalgia purposes. It's a bit like the cow level, right? It was only introduced because people kept talking about it. So they're like, oh, well, better make it true then. We went from level 45 to 52 on that bridge. Just running up and down the bridge. That is one hell of a grind. kind of impressed. Alright, this weapon is slower. Oh, but it hits hard when we charge in. Hell yeah. And we're out of mana. So we drink a potion, pick up a potion, and continue. Alright, we need to look around. Find... I feel like I'm running slower. Oh, because Eisenhart's set was making us run faster. Damn it. We are slow again. You like the map to the top right, not centered on you? That used to frustrate you. I think in Lord of Destruction, you could always change that. So when they introduced the expansion, you could always toggle it up there. Because I'm pretty sure I used to do that in the original game as well. You can change it in the settings in this game to overlay it over the top of yourself if you want to. Not that you would want to do that. You now got Rob Zombie, Living Dead Girl in your head. I actually don't know that track, at least not off the top of my head anyway. I'm very bad with music and knowing who is who. And dad joke rolling in. If you're struggling to think of what to get someone for Christmas, get them a fridge and watch their face light up when they open it. It literally opens up. That'd be one hell of a present. Alright, we've got to ramp down. Let's assume this is the way to go. Oh, we are killing stuff. Right. At some stage, we will buff the difficulty again. Not yet. Now we need to find the maggot lair. My most hated level in this entire game. And then we need to find the waypoint so we don't lose our spot. Drink from the well, replenish. Ready. It is funny how you're literally fighting against swarms of mosquitoes or bugs or locusts or something. With our mace, we shall swat this swarm. Oh shit, there's more rolling in. Alright. Does this have difficulty settings or just tricking it into thinking they're more players still? It is the same /players command that you're talking about, Cookie. However, there is also, if I go to keyboard mode, there is also an official setting in here. So you can go just /players 1 through to 8. Or you can use the fancy new toggle that's in here too. I'm playing on players 2 at the moment. We'll buff to players 3 soon. As we unlock more gear, more mods, and more capabilities, we'll get it higher and higher. Gonna go players 8 from the start. Well, I've done that on a few characters, but it does mean a slower progression. Considering I was trying to stream with story elements, I haven't done that. This is not really panning out. Man, that's charge move uses a lot of mana. Ring. Give me the ring! Yoink. Wow, so this extra section has not paid off at all. This has been completely the wrong way to go. We've done a lap of the area. We've found nothing. Am I using a controller? I am. There we go. So controllers, I find, work even better for these Diablo games. When I play Path of Exile 2 when it releases, I will be using a controller then as well, I think. And playing it on the couch. So I have a HDMI extender that I can go over Cat 6 into the lounge room, onto the TV. These games work really well. Which is also why it's annoying that there's no couch co-op on PC for the Diablo games, where there is on console. But yes, take it in, bask in its glory, the only time where I shall be using a controller in the near future for a game. Alright, we found the waypoint, so that's good. Now we just need to find the maggot lair, which I am struggling to do. This is a dead end. Yes, it is. Alright, down to the south of here, maybe? Oof. I do have to admit, Cookie, I miss playing Anthem with you on a Friday night. That was some good fun times. We might have to get into doing some co-op again, but I know your Fridays are unavailable. At some stage we'll do some Saturday nights maybe. Doomvex, that's a cool name. That's, I like to enjoy when ridiculous names come up. And we still haven't found the maggot lair. It must be down in that lower section, and I just still didn't find it. What in the fuck? Sometimes hate traversing these desert lands. And the other thing that's annoying is at least I don't know, or haven't found the buttons for scrolling the map around using controller, but you can using keyboard still. Let's go to the corner up here. Nope. We might be able to bring back the Friday night soon, hey? After Baby 3 arrives in about a month, I won't be working in the evenings for at least a year. Yes! Success! Speaking of success, here's the maggot lair. Gives you a lot more leeway for game time. I like it. And plus, it's exciting for you to be having, you know, little cookie crumb number 3. That is glorious too. Meanwhile, I'll also be having Dungeon Masters Bro moving slightly closer to us because they moved to Pakenham in a couple of weeks' time. Now, this is my most hated level because it is narrow and windy and shit. Fortunately, the Paladin and the Barbarian can actually do it pretty well because they're melee characters who like to slap shit around themselves. Playing on my Necromancer, which is always my main character, super frustrating. Because all your minions just get stuck in a line and can't do anything. Sorceress isn't too bad because you can just teleport around. Yeah, awful for... Even the Druid, not brilliant. Let's drink some potions. Fortunately, Pally, not too bad, not too shabs. Riz, you hate this one too? Good. I'm not the only one. I'm glad they didn't introduce any more levels like this with the expansion, because fuck that noise. What level are we? 18. Oh. That might have unlocked a couple more skills for us, actually. Let's have another look in a minute. Okay, skills. Level 18, so Vengeance. But I don't really need anything on this tab, but we do want to make our way towards Fanaticism down here. And I do want to unlock these, because I'm going to need these unlocked for my own mod, which introduces a new skill in each tree anyway. Not going to be talking about that tonight, I don't think. But in a future session we will. Holy Shield is the next thing we want to get, because Holy Shield is awesome. Not doing it yet, though. As a shapeshifter, it's not too bad here with a druid. I agree. Depending on how much you rely on your minions. But it also... Look, to your point, Vito, it also means that the mobs themselves are forced into a slow single file. So it does have some advantages. So Cookie, you saw that Sigurd had sold the Bayswater house. He has, yes, they bought in Pakenham, so they are just up the road from me, and I think they're moving on the 22nd of June or thereabouts. You had a good chuckle on Pungent Master's stream the other night with the double Seok confusion. Yes, and the funny thing was, as soon as you said, or I heard someone made mention to Alvin, I knew who you were talking about. The real Seok's brother, not the fake Seok, who was Pungent Master's brother. Anyway, that's very much an inside joke that most people are not going to get, so I'll leave it there. We shall drink some more mana. We should charge some more beetles. Yes, charge him down. Knock him back. Charging is very rewarding and satisfying. And we have the mana for it. Yoink. Nothing there. Alright, around we go. Try this level as a bear. It's not too bad. Fair enough. I do have a rabies. I've never played it before, but I've been trying it out. A rabies druid build, so with the poison that spreads like a plague. I haven't played it in a little while. It's level 30 something. But my intention is to create like at least one of each character that gets to like level 90-ish. But even that works pretty well because again all the mobs line up in a line, right? Now, from what I've seen of footage of Diablo 4, the druid seems a bit different. He seems to temporarily shapeshift to perform certain abilities. Is that right? He doesn't run around permanently shapeshifted. Although that class, I don't think has been available on the betas anyway. Is that right? Can anyone confirm? Oh, there's our last mana potion till we find some more. Get out of here. We got some beetly bros with all your lightning. They actually seem to do okay for lightning at the moment. Don't get hurt too much by it. Punch him! Oh, missed. That was dumb. Oh, is that the end? Okay, that's the end room. Drink a mana potion. Charge in! Man, Zeal with this weapon is really not as entertaining as the fast weapon we had earlier. Now, you always get hella poisoned in here. Like, your health ticks right down to 0. Or to 1, sorry. Anyway, fortunately, we are done. Back to town. Time to talk to some peeps. Does Mashif have anything to say? Do they have anything additional as we pick up more bits?
I'm sorry, I can't help.
No, they don't. Alright, that's fine. We talk to Kane, I think. Questlog says just the same thing, but let's talk to Kane.
The Staff of Kings! You astound me, my friend. You have discovered the shaft portion of a Herodric staff.
Giggity.
I trust you know how to use a Herodic cube to unite the shaft with its headpiece.
Well, we don't have the headpiece yet, so we can't. Alright, heal us, please. Thank you. Alright, and no one else can talk about the progress of that quest, so that's okay. Get rid of that. That's the wrong button. Trade. And you get stored away. Alright, now what are we? Level 18, not too shabs. Okay, the quest continues. Actually, before we continue the quest, let's put some more points into vitality. Still want to try and hold off on mana for now. Let's just keep those spare in case we need them. Alright, next step for us is to find the headpiece of the staff. Where does it actually say? The Claw Viper Temple. So it does give it away a little bit. That's okay. Let's step onto our transport pad into the Fire Oasis. And now we need to find the way forward, which might be through here. Yes, it is. Lost City, here we come. What was his name? Blood Poison. Cool name. Okay, next side quest is kicked in. Everything's gotten dark. Time to once again travel to town and talk to some folk. What have we got? The Tainted Sun asked Drognan about the strange darkness. Can we ask anyone else? Yes, we can.
This permanent darkness is very unsettling. It would make navigation by stars easier for me, though.
Yes, we seem to have a bit of a permanent nighttime business going on. Very strange. What does Wareve say?
Yes? The sun has grown disgusted with the terrible deeds it must shine upon each day. Damnation is upon us all.
That's very incorrect, actually, Wareve. That's very superstitious of you. Come on, man. I expected better.
Good evening.
Be better.
My astrologers failed to predict this eclipse. You should seek Drognan's advice.
We will. We will indeed, once we talk to everyone in here.
Welcome to my shop. Claw Vipers. This outer darkness mirrors the inner blackness of their souls. It is they who have eclipsed the sun, I'll wager. They are a venomous band.
They are a venomous band. Claw Vipers, indeed. We haven't fought many of them yet. Krusty, when you scratch your cheek and lower your hand, and the kitty on your lap gives you a wounded look because you lowered your hand without patting her. What other reason would you have to raise your hand? Yes. Such disappointment. She expected more.
Good evening. Drognan may have some advice on this matter. I think I'll speak with him myself.
You do that. We will also speak with Drognan, also.
This unnatural nightfall is no doubt caused by evil sorcery. Drognan might know what we are dealing with.
Drognan is smart. What's everyone else got to say?
Good day. 2 men arrived late last night bearing a story about evil magic. They said they saw a gathering of giant snake creatures performing some arcane ritual. They sound like the serpent men of the desert.
So someone's actually witnessed them doing stuff. I haven't heard that bit before.
Need some help? This midday darkness reeks of foul magic. My men and I are trying to keep the peace, but this kind of thing really scares people.
Yes, it would actually. It would set everyone into a bit of a fit, I imagine. What about Atma and Geglash?
Hello. Drognan the wizard will have some idea as to what is happening.
Okay.
Let me buy you a drink. This whole place is one big ale fog.
Alright, well, he's still just drunk in the pub without much to offer. Alright, Drognan. Why is Drognan
researching this lengthy eclipse, and I believe it to be the work of Claw Vipers. Find their temple beneath the desert sands, and you may find the source of this curse.
Okay. Anything else? Nope.
When the recent troubles began, Lord Jaren came seeking my counsel. I advised him to close the port and put the town under strict watch. Lately, though, he's been occupied within the palace. I doubt his whores could divert him from his civic duties for this long, though.
Damn. One hell of a palace, eh? Alright, we'll find out more about that. But not yet. Alright, now we must continue our journey through the Lost City and find the Claw Viper Temple. So through this zone, all you want to do is just power through as quickly as you can. Get to the next zone. There's nothing in the Lost City you actually need. There's some bonus levels to just fight and level up in, but that's it. Oh, waypoint marker. Yay. Slap, 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 slap. Oh, set piece. To be honest, set items in Diablo 2 are not anywhere near as exciting as uniques. The interesting thing I learnt in doing mod creation for Diablo 2, I learnt that they are called uniques because each item is an item type. Like for example, this shield, this kite shield, is an item type. Then there is a normal and a nightmare version called an exceptional, and then there's a hell version called elite. So they go up in quality with the difficulty levels if they drop, and they have increased stats and all that kind of goodness. Each one of those variants or types of items has one legendary item effectively, or unique. Hence the name unique. Now in Diablo 3 and onwards, they're just referred to as legendaries, and any other game, same thing. But, for example, there is only one kite shield legendary / unique. There is another one for the exceptional version, and then another one for the elite version. Only one. One special item per item type. Except for rings and amulets, there are multiples of those. Anyway, that's how I created my mod for crafting, or I rely on that uniqueness, which I'll explain later. Oh, that's burning some health. So much poison. Still haven't found our way through to the next zone yet. Oh, a bit of gold over here. We'll pick that up for Frosty. There you go. Nailed it. Nope, that's a corner. Here we go. This looks like... Here we go. Yes. Valley of the Snakes, which is a small zone housing the Claw Viper Temple. That's where we wanted to go. Ha! Light guide my way in this accursed place, he says. Yes, I almost forgot that we were playing a religious character. Almost. Charge him! Alright, let's keep exploring. We need to find some stairs down somewhere. Oh, there we go. We found it. Level 2. Safety portal, just in case. those guys out because they like to resurrect everything. New dad joke rolls in from Grunt Cookies. 2 peanuts were walking down the street. One was assaulted. Yeah, he was. He was a salted peanut indeed. Ah, come on. There we go. Okay, any other loot? Yep, grab the shiny loots, leaving the dull loots behind. Sorry, as that may hurt some people's souls. You don't really want to see me constantly streaming managing inventory though, right?
The light can never be extinguished by evil.
Oh, but I think it can a little bit, Mr. Paladin Man. Alright, we have the headpiece of the shaft, the Herodric shaft. Let's talk to Kane. Oh, we leveled up at some point. More zeal awesomeness.
Good day.
Okay, now everyone wants to talk to us about it, apparently. Let's see. Your soul, your poor soul, it hurts. Go play Diablo 2, Frosty. I'll give you everything you need to do it. And I challenge even you would struggle to constantly pick up all the loots. It's probably not wise, because it might break your mind. You might need psychiatric help as a result. I don't want to damage you.
You have done well to restore light to our world.
How did you just heal us then, Atma? You don't do healing. Alright, who else is going to talk to us about it?
Good day. So this is daylight. It's overrated. I've got no time for old alchemists. Lysander would be completely useless in a real fight.
Probably, but, you know, we don't need old man Lysander to fight.
Ahoy, mate.
We need him to make potions for everyone.
So, did you plunder any booty?
Not really.
He seems to be a dependable fellow. I hope he can handle it if those things in the desert decide to attack this town.
So Atma's spoken to us. Let's talk to Wariv. And then the rest of the townsfolk.
Good day. With renewed daylight, one may gather the wits that were scattered about like restrictive undergarments in the darkness.
Like tight jocks. We are free once again with the daylight. Yes, you're welcome.
Hello. The sun again shines on Lutko Lane. I'm beginning to like you, traveler.
Oh, I bet you are. Elzix.
Hi there. It takes but one eye to revel in the beauty of our restored sun.
Grace?
Greetings. I'm glad that's over with.
Oh, okay. That's very brief. He was glad the darkness is over with. Very good. Lysander.
Good day.
Which always makes me think of Charmander. It's like, Lysander! Fire! Charmander!
Oh, claw vipers are fond of magical artifacts. Did you happen to find one in their temple?
We did, which just happens to have been a Herodric amulet. Oh, missed.
Drogman seems to have taken you into his confidence. This is good, for you will benefit from his wisdom.
Okay, good to know.
The Viper amulet you bear is actually the headpiece of a Herodric staff. Yes, you have an uncanny knack for finding rare and valuable artifacts. Of course, you'll have to use a Herodric cube to combine the headpiece with the shaft.
Yes. Oh, we can't talk to him about the eclipse, but here it is. It's not a terrible amulet. It's a pity it's not going to last long. Now we're going to store that away for discombobulation later. These are rares, so we shall just sell them off. Okay, Drognan.
I've been researching the old records, trying to find the location of Tal Rasha's tomb. Though I haven't found the tomb itself, I may have a good lead for you. Yes. The great Vigerai summoner, Horizon, built his arcane sanctuary somewhere around here. He was a powerful spellcaster and kept demons as slaves within the sanctuary. He kept a close eye on great events too, such as the imprisonment of Baal within Tal Rasha's tomb. If you could find Horizon's sanctuary, I'm sure that it would hold some clue as to the tomb's location. Though I doubt Horizon is still alive, you must proceed with caution. There's no telling what could be waiting inside. When I spoke of this with Lord Jaren, he asked that I send you to him. Perhaps he knows of a secret entrance or the like.
Alright, so Drognan's been researching Tal Rasha and the summoner. No, not the summoner, the powerful mage Horizon may have information in his special sanctuary. And he mentioned that to Jaren. Jaren now wants to speak to us. He might know something, but first, what about the eclipse?
You did well in destroying the Claw Vipers. We are all glad to see the sun return to its former glory. I've been researching.
Okay, now we have a new quest. We must seek out the Arcane Sanctuary. Does anyone else know about the Arcane Sanctuary? Like Atma? Nope.
You have done...
Iglash?
So this...
Nope. Alright, no one wants to talk about it. Alright, before we move on to this sanctuary, here's the Hodric staff and headpiece. Transmute.
Good day.
There we go. Now we have a proper Heraldric staff, which is, again, not a terrible staff to use in the early game as a caster, but you don't get to keep it for very long. Kane.
Excellent. You have a Heraldric staff.
Yes.
Carry it with you into Tal Rasha's tomb. Find within the tomb the chamber whose floor is inset with the circle of 7 symbols. Place the staff into the receptacle you find there. That will open the secret passage into Tal Rasha's burial chamber.
Right.
But be prepared for a fight. You'll likely have to kill Tal Rasha to destroy Baal.
Duly noted. Boss fight coming. Okay, he's got nothing to talk about for the sanctuary. I thought more people would.
When Tal Rasha chose to embody the spirit of Baal, he knew his doom was to wrestle eternally against the will of the greater evil.
Yeah, we heard that already. Okay. Jaren wants to talk to us. About...
Greetings.
Who knows what?
When the troubles began here, I allowed the terrified harem guilds to join me within the safety of the palace. All was fine until one night. Screams echoed up the stairwells from the harem. My guards arrived to find the poor girls being slaughtered by a merciless band of hell-spawned demons. My brave guardsmen tried to push the demons back into the mysterious rift from which they came. Ever since, my men have fought a losing battle. Demons have continued to pour through the rift into the palace. Ultimately, I hired Grays and his mercenaries to help protect the rest of my fair city. Drognan believes that the Arcane Sanctuary lies buried underneath this palace, since Lutgolain occupies the site of an ancient Vigerai fortress. My palace is open to you now. Take care.
The Vigerai, they were a clan of mages as well, I think, which is separate to the Herodrum. Don't really know the differences. I can't quite remember. Anyway, Kalen.
Stay out of trouble. Stay out of trouble.
Oh, I thought he used to say, you may enter the palace. Does anyone else have anything to talk about before we step in? Oh.
Horizon found it necessary to lock himself up for all time, just to protect himself from those angry demons. Yeah, such is the fate of one who practices the summoning art. In that or eternal damnation. There's old summoners and bold summoners, but no old, bold summoners.
Ah, that's awesome. I've never heard this dialogue before, because I've never been so thorough with my playthrough. So, either summoners get old, or they are bold, but they are never old and bold, because the bold ones ultimately get wiped out by their own summons. That's effectively what he's hinting at, right?
An arcane sanctuary under the palace? I'd heard that there were some underground cellar levels that Jaren used as chambers for his treasure and such, but no arcane sanctuary.
And Elzix would have heard about those chambers because, you know, that means loot that he would like to get. Another dad joke from Cookie. People are making apocalypse jokes like there's no tomorrow. That's hilarious. And I got distracted to the point where I just drank 2 potions and wasted them. Whoops.
The only thing in Jared's cellar are the harem girls that have been hiding there since the troubles began.
Yeah, so that's a funny thing too. So, this is where we've heard a couple of references about harem girls or whores being inside Jaren's palace. So when the Wanderer came through, when all the troubles started coming up in the desert with all the demons and monsters spawning, he let the harem guilds, effectively, you know, the brothels and stuff, hide out in his palace to stay safe. And all was good. Until eventually, a shitload of monsters and demons started spawning from within the palace and basically killed them all. At that point, well, whilst that was happening, Jaren got all of his local guards to instead try and fight inside the palace to keep the palace and the town safe, and that's why he hired Grease to bring his mercenaries to protect the town on the outside. Now the secrets are being revealed to us.
Nearly 1,000 years ago, Horizon rose to the fore of the Vigerai mage clan. Horizon used the knowledge of the Vigerai to summon and control demons from hell. Though a powerful summoner, Horizon feared that the lords of hell would punish him for enslaving their brethren. Thus, the summoner created for himself an arcane sanctuary. He believed that his sanctuary would not only protect him from hell's vengeance, but also allow him to continue his studies free from the ravages of time and disease. Horizon had crafted many wondrous scrying devices through which he observed the events of the world outside. It is certain that he took careful study of Tal Rasha's imprisonment and recorded the location of his forgotten tomb. The arcane sanctuary was believed to have been constructed here, in Lutgolain. An entrance may be hidden somewhere in the palace, as that building is very old and was once a Vigerai fortress.
Right, so that's the hints we're getting. Okay. Now, there's a lot of references to hell happening. So, he was so powerful that he created his own mystical fortress, or mystical sanctuary, so that hell, like the demons and stuff in hell, wouldn't get too pissed at him for all the summoning and magic experiments he was doing. It's interesting.
Arcane Sanctuary. That place sounds awful. Even if you find a way into it, what makes you think you'll be able to leave again?
Town portal scroll. That's how. We can always cast town portal. That's how we get out.
Look, I'm just about as tough and arrogant as they come. But you never catch me trying to tame a demon for a pet. That's just asking for a lot of trouble.
Okay, well that's interesting too, because I guess that's true with summoners and mages. They would often summon demons, but you don't hear of any mages summoning forces from hell. From heaven. So did heaven just have mighty archangels, whereas hell had all ranges, including low ranks of demons and shit? Perhaps? Midnight, you're bringing your own dad joke, and I love it. Can you think of any vegetable jokes? No? If you think of one, let us know. Let us know. I love it. Thank you.
Ah, the legend of Horizon is an old one, especially around these parts. You wouldn't believe the feats and strange events that are attributed to him.
Horizon. Influencing the outside world, perhaps. Alright, we'll touch on some lore in a minute once we get in there. What does Cain have to say?
Yes. I very much doubt that Horizon still lives in his sanctuary. He possessed great power and influence over demons, but even that may not have been enough in the end. One of his notoriety cannot easily remove himself from the vengeful reach of hell.
Okay. So he summoned a lot of demons.
Ah, the ancient mage Horizon. He believed that he could bend evil forces to his will. What he didn't know was that evil uses man, not the reverse. The Vigerai still revere him as a symbol of man's ability to triumph over otherworldly forces. The Church of Light, however, cites him as an example of man's folly.
Church of Light. The Church uses him as an example of why man is inferior.
Horizon found it necessary to lock himself up for all time, just to protect himself from those angry demons. Such is the fate of one who practices the summoning arts. That or eternal damnation. There's old summoners and bold summoners, but...
Oh, we heard that already. Yeah. I do love it, though. No old, bold summoners. Larive, my friend.
A careful caravan gives wide berth to sleeping bandits. If Horizon is gone, let him remain so.
Yeah, okay, alright. Vito, you hated this entire act. I don't know, I was mixed on it. I find Act 3 a bit more frustrating. I don't mind this one as much. Act 1 is still my favorite. Act 5's not bad, but then sometimes in Act 5 you're scared to exit because you've, like, the maps and everything are so big, you don't want to lose your progress and have to fight through everything again. The desert one's the worst? Yeah, fair enough. Alright, let's go down into the palace. We've heard all the rumors about Horizon. So Horizon was a powerful mage, and he liked to do lots of magical experiments and summoning of demons. Now, for those unaware, heaven and hell are actual places that exist in the universe for this game. Heaven and hell have always existed, and they've always been fighting each other. It is through Lilith, one of the demons, and Inarius, one of the archangels, that were over it. They were sick of the constant fighting of heaven and hell. They teamed up. They sort of formed an alliance. They found each other, effectively teamed up. I'm unclear if there was any romance involved. But they got together somehow and somehow created a new plane. A plane of sanctuary using an artifact known as the World Stone. Now, where they got that from, I'm not sure. Using the World Stone, they created the world of Sanctuary. That world is this world. It was to be a sanctuary, a safe place for demons and angels who didn't want to keep fighting, who were sick of the fighting wars between heaven and hell. Now, I might be getting some of the details a little bit wrong here, but that's mostly how it works. Let's try and get into that waypoint there. Now, the World Stone was what was used, and what it comes out the other side is the creation of man, or rather the Nephilim. Now, funnily enough, Nephilim are actually referenced, I think, in some old biblical texts in our world today. I think in particular Christianity and Judaism, I think. A little bit vague on that. I might have some of that wrong. Anyway, Nephilim in here being powerful beings, sort of half man, half demon. Now, because of their power, initially, both forces of heaven and hell feared them. And I think there was new wars or battles fought. Anyway, the World Stone, which was hidden or stored within Sanctuary and used to create it, and what was effectively producing life, was tuned, modified, so that the Nephilim would not be so powerful, and thus man or humans came into existence. Plain old mortal humans. Now this act, or this dialogue, was referring to Horizon, who was a magic master. Now, magic still existed because it's part of the plane of existence that exists, and humans could learn it. Well, some humans could learn it anyway. And Horizon liked to summon demons, so use magic to call forth or yoink or yank demonic beings from their planes of hell into the plane of Sanctuary. This is what I was saying before. You don't really hear of any other heavenly beings existing apart from archangels, which are pretty high-ranking, pretty tough, elite-type dudes. Vito's got some lore in the chat. All right, the Nephilim are mysterious beings or people in the Hebrew Bible, so Judaism, who are described as being large and strong. I thought they also were meant to have, like, you know, long or tall heads as well, or something strange like that. Anyway, in this game, they are hybrids of demons and archangels, and don't exist anymore. Man exists now, humans exist now, because the World Stone was modified, tuned, so that heaven and hell would not be under threat by beings created or spawning within the realm of Sanctuary. Now, in Diablo 2, somehow we play as a mortal, not anything more special than that, a talented mortal. Canonically, it's actually 5 than 7 talented mortals that team up to somehow fight and defeat Baal. Now, I don't know why they could do it and no other armies could, but anyway, they do. Diablo 3, you play the role of an awoken Nephilim. You are not just a mere mortal human. You are some kind of Nephilim. You are very powerful. And there's lots of references made to that later in the game in particular. Now, I don't know if there's a canonical story that says there were multiple Nephilim that teamed up to defeat Diablo or not. That's unclear unless someone else knows. Or maybe it just hasn't been revealed yet. Nephilim are a real thing. Now, I don't know if Nephilim and some of these forces of heaven and hell come into play in Diablo 4. We're yet to find out. But Malthael, the expansion, one of the archangel leaders, or one of the leaders of heaven. That's why there's the Diablo 3 expansion, because he decides to purge Sanctuary, because basically all beings on Sanctuary, like humans, are half demon in origin, and thus no good, must be destroyed. That leads to that whole saga. Anyway, obviously, Sanctuary doesn't get destroyed as a result. Anyway, so we've reached the palace cellar, and we have found this weird device which has activated a portal. We've turned it on. Let's step through said portal.
This surely is the product of a twisted mind.
I love the Necromancer's response to this. He's like, this is fantastic. I wish I had more time to study this bizarre dimension. Whereas the noble, holy paladin is like, oh, no, this place is twisted. So somehow Horizon The Vijare mage, very powerful mage, created his own mini plane here, his own little mini pocket realm. And Cookie, you're off. No worries, man. Thanks for hanging out with us today. We're going to continue a little longer, then we might have a brief dinner break. Play a little bit more, but... Oh, I'm trying to hit my team members. That's very stupid. We are unlikely to finish the campaign tonight. Anyway, we need to explore Horizon's sanctuary here, because he probably observed the happenings, the events when Tal Rasha was imprisoned. When Tal Rasha sacrificed himself to trap Baal in his own imprisonment, and therefore might be able to help us find the hiding place, the resting place, the tomb where Tal Rasha and Baal are located, because that is what Diablo, the Wanderer, is looking for. That is why they came this way to the east. That is what we must find out. Oh, level up. Alright. Oh, we're not killing as fast as we were before. We need to get fanaticism. We can't get till we are level 30. Oh, we're standing on the spikes. Don't do that. Give me more zeal, please. Still won't let me spend any more in it. Now, when I'm in the sanctuary, I tend to go a straight line down each side in each direction with the hope of finding... So you can go off in 4 different directions. Pick a direction, continue in that direction till you get to the end platform. What we have done here, this is not where we needed to go. Grab the loot though, because there's always a little smattering of loot. Okay. Don't run back. No, no, no. Portal back. Back to town. This is much faster, much more efficient. Let's talk to Farah. So that we get recharged on health and mana. Onto the fast travel waypoint pad. Back into the sanctuary we go. Let's try a different direction. Let's try this one, which has the trippy bending of physics. Looks awesome. Okay, mana shrine. Yoink. Alright, up the stairs. Cool, we're out of mana. Can't charge. This is the way forward. This is the way. Let's go. And this is where we also see, if you're using a gamepad and you don't have the exact perfect path, you can see how the character just constantly gets a little bit stuck on little bits of architecture in the map. I haven't checked if that happens in Diablo 3, actually. We'll find out. Yoink. Oh, out of mana again. This is indeed a very impressive sanctuary. Horizon built this because he was worried about consequences from constantly summoning demons from hell. We don't know what happened to him, though. Did he die? Did he die of old age? Did he die of his summons turning upon him? or his other experiments. Alright, once again, we have gone the wrong way. Everything is randomly generated. Let's grab the important bits of loot. Yeah, how's our money? Yep, okay. Portal back to town. Same again. Through town, through the waypoint, back to the sanctuary in the center. And let's go this way. Oh, this is the portal-y way. This is a bit more frustrating to traverse. Especially as a melee character. Anyway, let's try it. Through the portal. Smack him in the face. One of those, pick that up. More portals. Continue. Continue. Okay. More forward. Lots of these Hellclan demons that have been summoned here. And ghosts. Zoom, zoom. Alright, now these portals are more confusing as to which one is the way forward. Let's take out these stupid ghosty dudes first. So this one... Nope, that took us to the other side. Try the one down here. That's better. Oh, wow. We've once again not gone the correct way, so we have had to fully explore the complete sanctuary. Can't remember the last time this has happened to me. Anyway, that's all good. Grab all the stuff. Back to town. Zexor! Look at me, I'm a paladin! Reluctantly so. I've already explained how I tend to not play holy characters and instead the dark arts. Zexor, however, being someone who always, well, very frequently tends to play the holy characters, which always works well when we play games where we team up, so it's all good. Welcome, man. How you doing? So I'm working through playing a pally, just for something different. To show earlier, I demonstrated how to install some mods and my recommended mods for Diablo 2. And shortly after this act, we're going to delve into the mods that I have created. And what they do and why you might want to use them. I will be playing Diablo 4, but not on release. So that comes out in a week or so, right? Or at least the early access. I am going to play Diablo 2 a bit more first. Especially with the mods. I want to finish the mods that I've started. I will then play a bit of Diablo 3 to just refresh myself with that campaign. I'll probably just try and blitz through that. And then we'll see how the landscape looks. I might look to play some Diablo 4 then. I don't intend on streaming it, because I'll still be doing all the other main games we play on stream. But my own game time in between streams, I will likely play Diablo 4 because it seems to have the things I like. Isometric, top-down action RPG, decent story, dark and gloomy and broody atmosphere. It has a necromancer, so yay. But also it has MMO world elements, which I actually do like. I know some people don't like that, but I do. But you can still do stuff on your own. You can still team up for some random stuff. Anyway, how about you, Zek? Are you going to be getting amongst it? I'm assuming yes, but it just depends on when. That's the flexible bit, right? The timing. Alright, here we are. This is the bit we were looking for in the sanctuary, is to find the end. Horizon's main bit. So we must fight the summoner here. Before we do, let's take out the ads. Alright, ads are down. Slapped him.
Rest in peace, tortured soul.
Absolutely slapped him. Alright. 3-shot, yeah. So, for those unaware, and I touched on earlier when we were in Act 1, that Blood Raven, the mini-boss we have to fight as the second main quest, is actually the rogue character you play as in Diablo 1. So you got 3 characters in Diablo 1. Warrior, who effectively, canonically, story-wise, ends up being King Leoric's son or something to that effect. He's the main protagonist who saves the day, but he teams up with the rogue and the wizard class. It is King Leoric, Prince, whatever his name is, I can't remember. He is the one who gets Diablo Soul Gem, jams it in his face, and becomes the Dark Wanderer we see here as Diablo starts to take over him. The rogue, the female rogue, is the character you can play as to shoot bows and shit if you prefer that style in Diablo 1. Canonically, she is corrupted by Andariel when Diablo / the Wanderer makes his way east to the monastery, corrupts the monastery, demons spew forth, and somehow Andariel is summoned. She's one of the lesser evils, but still a solid demon. She is summoned into existence on Sanctuary, this plane of existence in the monastery, corrupting more of the rogues into the demon warriors you see running around. You must fight your way through. And then Dariel corrupts the rogue. The rogue becomes Blood Raven, and you take her out as your second quest. The wizard character you play as in Diablo 1, if you choose that class, is this summoner here that we have just defeated. This is not Horizon. This is not the ancient, powerful Vigere mage who created this realm, who was also a powerful summoner. No. This, I don't know how he got here, but this is the wizard from Diablo 1, corrupted by Diablo's influence, once a hero, now an enemy. And when he arrived here, which is after Diablo has wandered through the deserts in Lut Gholein, somehow he arrived in here, he started summoning all the demons and fucking about, and then that is when those demons started spewing through the portal into the palace that we were talking about earlier. Hope that makes sense. Right, so we have found the summoner, and we have found Horizon's original journal and observations of key events.
Seekers of the tomb of Tal Rasha will find it through the portal, but know that the glowing glyphs recorded here in my arcane sanctuary are the signs of the 6 false tombs. The missing 7th sign marks the tomb of Tal Rasha. Of the Herodrum, he might be called the foremost. It was a shining but brief moment for the mage clans when they set aside their differences and worked together against the common enemy. The Herodrum relentlessly pursued the 3 across the desolate empires of the east and even into the uncharted lands of the west, leaving the Archangel Tyrael's hands unblemished. Presuming the 3 to be vanquished, the Herodrum's unstable fellowship began to dissipate, abandoning their sacred charge to safeguard the 3 soul stones, the disparate mage clans began to squabble amongst each other over petty differences. Their conflicts not only dissolved their brotherhood, but strengthened the evils which they had buried beneath the cold earth.
Bickering and petty differences gets the better of everyone, hey? I don't know if it's easy to hear that. Like, the ambient noise in this place is fucking loud for me. Hopefully you can hear the audio at least. I've got the music tone turned down. Voices. Oh, that should probably be turned up. I didn't mean to have that turned down. Maybe that was all we're missing. Monsters, ambient. Maybe we'll back off the ambient a bit. 'Cause damn! And Zach, yes, quote the William Defoe meme, I'm somewhat of a scientist myself. I'm somewhat of a lawmaster myself, yes. It is fine, ambient's loud though. Alright, cool. No worries, thank you for the feedback, everyone. Okay, so to Horizon's point here, there were 7 tombs either conjured or built to try and trap and imprison Baal. When the imprisonment failed, Tal Rasha sacrificed himself to be bound to Baal and imprisoned in one of the tombs. There are 7 symbols at the front of each tomb. The 6 symbols here are the fake or what do you call it? Decoy tombs. So these are not the symbols we are looking for to enter into when we do find some tombs. Now, to his point as well, the Harodrim were pursuing the 3 primevals, Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal, and the Vigerai and other mage clans were doing different stuff, and effectively they all started bickering with each other after a lot of this was done. Anyway, into the Canyon of the Magi. I don't know how long ago those events were, so if anyone does know, please inform us. Alright, time for another round of conversations with townspeople.
Good day.
About the sanctuary.
Thank you for your heroic aid. I'm also glad that you found something you were looking for. The journal should help you find the true tomb of Tal Rasha. Hopefully there is still time to get there before Diablo. Go now, and good luck. The demonic force that was emanating from the corrupted sanctuary has dissipated. I thank you greatly for your help. Now we can look to rebuilding our lives. All will be for nothing, though, if you do not stop the greater evil which is rapidly gaining ground.
Yeah, no pressure. Thanks, Jaren. What does this say? Task completed. Anyone else have some stuff to talk about? The Summoner.
You make me long for the days of glory, when I had both hands, both eyes, and more of a foot.
Well, you still seem to have both hands, unless he's missing fingers. I can't quite tell what he is supposedly missing.
Good evening. So, Horizon's been dead for some time. I take it you at least found what you were looking for.
We did. We did find the informations we needed.
Allow me to advise you. Larger forces are moving inexorably towards us. You must now make haste to the tombs.
Well, that's not very interesting dialogue, Drognan. Come on, man. But an old man Lysander.
Such is always the fate of those who meddle with evil.
Yeah, well, we don't know how the summoner died. Well, sorry, how Horizon died. This summoner, yes, well, we just killed this summoner. The hero from Diablo 1.
I feel no pity for that would-be summoner. His terrible ambition for demonic power was his undoing. You merely hastened the inevitable.
Okay.
Good to see you. I hope that this false summoner found peace in death. Unfortunately, it is more likely that he will be dragged down into hell by the demons he was bound to. Let this be a lesson to you. Demonic magic is a quick path, but its powers are seductive and deadly.
And that's why they're so good, and I like dark magic when we play games. Another point I forgot to mention, because even Horizon's journal talked about the Horodrim doing stuff, marching east and even influencing the west without Tyrael having to dirty his hands. So when Sanctuary was created, there was some kind of truce created or signed where the forces of heaven and hell agreed that they would not influence or do stuff on Sanctuary. So Tyrael is bound by the Heaven's Oath to not interfere with the activities on Sanctuary. That's why Tyrael has to just guide and advise and try and steer things to happen. He's not allowed to come and fight stuff himself. And then there's obviously further things that he does in Diablo 3 that lead to some stuff happening there. The thing I don't get is clearly the primevals are manifested into Sanctuary, into this realm. Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal. Then there's all the lesser evils, like Juriel, and Dariel, etc. Why is hell able to mess shit up here, but not heaven? I don't know. If anyone can enlighten me, I would love to hear it. Why is heaven still bound to the truce, but a lot of hell is not?
Larger forces are moving inexorably towards us. You must now make...
Just realized we'd already spoken to Drognan, my bad.
Good evening. You're more the hero than I could have dreamed. Perhaps there is hope for us after all.
Maybe. What does Drunk Man say? Giglash.
The way I see it, well, it's all pretty blurry.
Fair enough, I guess.
Good evening. Well, you've got what you're after. Now get a move on before it's too late.
Get a move on into the tombs, find Tal Rasha, beat Diablo to the punch before it is too late. That is our quest. But first we must talk to the peoples.
Good evening.
Give us the content and dialogues.
I guess you'll be heading to the tombs now. I hear that they're in the deepest desert regions.
They are. Fortunately, there was a convenient portal created for us to travel there. That's where we're going. Now, if we take a look at... Alright, let's quickly first just clear out our inventory. Identify the things. Talk to Farah. These are just rare items we shall throw in to give us some cash. And we shall save our cash. Alright, now, which is the symbol we are looking for? It is the smiley symbol. That's what we need to find. Smiley symbol, tomb in the Canyon of the Magi. All these beetles love to spooge their lightning everywhere. To be honest, we haven't been bothered too much by it. My other characters have been. Maybe it's because we're up closer. We've got some resistance. Anyway. Hang on a second, I must pause for a moment. Finish this. All right. Let's continue into the tomb, find Tal Rasha, beat Diablo to the punch. We need to find... Alright, so in this map, the tombs are always around the outside. They are randomly generated as to which ones they are, which symbols they hold. So not that one. It is good leveling XP if you're trying to just power level. So if you're playing on Battle.net or in Seasons or on Ladder, These are where you want to come and run with groups or be power leveled by others. We're not trying to do that. We are simply trying to complete the story for the next chapter of the campaign. Alright, get those dickheads out of the way. Let's drink some more water from the well. That's not the symbol either. That's like a star symbol. We need a smiley symbol. Square. Nope. Smile. This is the one. Present-y smiley symbol. Okay. Time to find... Time to find a hidden chamber. Gut maim. That's a cool name. Slap him down. Yoink. Somewhat of a lore expert myself. Love it. It's gonna be in my head all night now. Thank you, Zach. So much of a scientist myself. How can we speed through here? Now, when you're playing on higher difficulties too, I mean, all the maps get bigger, so doing this tomb on Hell mode is large. Lots of exploration. Got to admire the dedication that went into the construction of all of these massive, elaborate tombs. Maybe they used magic to help speed up the process. Oh yes, we have leveled up. Thank you, reminder prompt. Still can't put more points into Zeal yet. And we have not gone the correct way. How is our potions? Whee! Here we go. This is the chamber. Yoink. Alright. It's much better done with keyboard and mouse. First, we need to take our staff out. Plug it into the orifice. Watch as it activates to reveal hidden tomb, the hidden chamber of Tal Rasha and Baal. Time to go in, battle Tal Rasha / Baal. Stop the evil from spreading. Excuse me. You are not who we were looking for, sir. Looking for Baal, he says. Yes, we are. You giant slug.
Thanks.
Come on, hit him harder. Oh, we swing so slow. Duriel has some kind of frozen aura, and it is awful. Come on. There we go. And our mercenary didn't die. Yay! Alright, quest updated. We must explore the tomb because this is not what we expected to find. Here we go. Yo! Tyrael! The man himself, not even a man, the archangel himself, the legend, Tyrael. Archangels look so epic and awesome.
I thank you, mortal, for my freedom. But I did expect you earlier. I am Archangel Tyrael. I came here to prevent Diablo from freeing his brother Baal. But I have failed. Now terror and destruction roam free throughout your world. Even now, they head towards the eastern capital of Kurast, to the very heart of the Zakarum Temple. There they hope to find their eldest brother, Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, who was imprisoned there ages ago. If the three prime evils unite, they will be invincible. Though it is unclear as to what their aims are, it is certain that they must be stopped at all costs. I am broken, and the energies that tie me to this world are diminishing rapidly. You must take up this quest and prevent the three brothers from reuniting. You must cross the sea and search for Diablo and Baal in Kurast. Now, hurry, mortal. Time is running out for all of us.
Right, so we got here too late. Diablo has already visited Tal Rasha / Baal, already set free. And they ventured further east to Kurast to try and free their brother Mephisto. Three prime evils teaming up. Not good. Back to town we go.
Honor Tal Rasha's sacrifice by destroying all the prime evils.
Well, that is a very big statement, Mr. Paladin Man. Alright, let's talk to the rest of the team. The rest of the town. Then we're going to talk about some mods for a moment. And then that might be it for tonight. What can you say?
Tells me I should take you east to Kurast. I haven't been there for several years, but rumor has it things are pretty grim.
Alright, so that's to move into Act 3 that we are not doing just yet. Let's go down here. Warrive.
Never fear, my friend. You did the best you could.
Whoops.
I guess you'll be heading to the tombs now.
No, we did that. Oh, I disrupted his...
Good day. Never fear, my friend. You did the best you could. I suspect that Diablo and Baal are now heading east towards Kurast. You will find them. I know you will.
Thank you. Okay, Jaren. What is Jaren gonna say about all this?
You have done very well. Few could have come this far, let alone discover the true tomb of Tal Rasha. Unfortunately, I hear that Diablo and Baal have eluded your grasp. This is most unfortunate. If you wish to travel east, I have authorized Mashif to give you passage by sea. I imagine he should be very anxious to leave by now. Good luck on your quest, and thank you again for saving my beloved city. You will always be welcome in Lut Gholein, my friend.
Yes, I guess you're welcome. Alright, who else wants to talk? Does Kalen say anything different?
Stay out of trouble.
He does not. Alright, let's talk to the other townfolk.
Hi there.
Yes.
I heard that Diablo has managed to best you, at least for the time being. I hope you catch up with him soon, and send him back to hell for good.
Well, we will try. I love how everyone's happy to let a random hero do all the work.
Who goes there? I've heard that your foe got away from you this time. Well, look at it this way. You've got the demons on the run. If you're going to be leaving, then, well, thanks for your help.
Oh, well, that's actually quite nice. Thank you, Grease. He's a very practical man, that guy.
This is a serious setback. It is most unfortunate that Tal Rasha has been consumed by Baal's destructive influence. There are many secrets known to the Haradrim which could be used by Baal against us. You must travel east by sea to Kurast and stop Diablo and Baal before they free their eldest brother, Mephisto. The lands of the Eastern Empire are not the same as they used to be. There's been little word for some time. Speed is of the essence. Go quickly, my friend. May the fates smile on you.
All right. Thank you, Drognan.
You have proven to be the greatest of heroes, and I am honored to call you friend. Thank you for bringing peace to our lives again.
All right, that's very heartfelt.
Good day. You're an inspiration and such a hero that it makes me look twice as bad. You're okay. Hey, just save some glory for us little guys, huh?
No worries, there shall be plenty of glory to go round. Right about Lysander.
I'm sorry things didn't turn out as you had hoped. Go and remember us fondly. You know, you bothered me far less than most.
Thanks, I guess.
This is terrible news. Baal is in possession of one of mankind's most powerful mages, and the Lord of Terror guides his path. They must be stopped, for I am sure they mean to free their elder brother Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred, who lies imprisoned under the corrupted city of Kurast. I fear you are walking into a great evil, but your faith can save you. May you walk in the light always.
I was gonna say, faith, I think not, but we are actually playing a paladin, so I guess that actually probably is true.
The Archangel Tyrael was the one who gave the Soul Stones to the Horodrim 260 years ago.
I thought it was
It is
longer.
highly unusual for the forces of heaven to so directly interfere with man's destiny. But Tyrael was said to act of his own volition. We have never been able to discern why. Perhaps he goes against the consensus of heaven because he doubts our ability to defend ourselves. Or perhaps he sees more threat than his peers. Where the actions of hell often seem straightforwardly bent on destruction, the motives of heaven are unfathomable. Now make haste. Both Diablo and Baal must be stopped before they join with their brother Mephisto. If the three prime evils unite once again, the world as we know it will be no more.
So maybe heaven just doesn't care about Sanctuary, but hell wants to use Sanctuary as a military fortification to help them fight against heaven? Don't know. Anyway, Tyrael's trying to help, even though the rest of heaven will not. And it was Tyrael who gave the Soul Stones to the Horodric mages to try and trap the primevals in the first place. Although it did not actually work out. Okay, so next chapter takes us east to Kurast. To tie this up now, let's jump on the boat and head east. Let's watch the cinematic, then we'll probably take a pretty solid break.
Jaren tells me I should take you east to Kura.
Yes. Yes, he does. Let's go, Mashif. East to Kurast. Let's see Marius's journey with the Wanderer once more.
Drew in the dank, cold air of the tomb. It seemed to strengthen him.
We don't know how they got into the tomb in the first place.
What was left of my sanity implored me not to enter. But that voice was just a whisper now.
So we're effectively seeing what happened before we got here.
Down deeper and deeper into the crypt, I began to see a change in my companion. He seemed to be gaining strength. I could hardly see in the gloom, but my companion seemed to know the way. We came at last to a great hall.
friend is succumbing. He is succumbing to the gem.
I realized my companion hadn't been gaining strength. He had been losing what was left of his humanity.
And this is where we found Tyrael standing. Where we were hoping to find Tal Rasha.
He moved with demonic speed, and then you appeared.
Stop!
The Tyrael
shall not be set free, not even by you.
Like Gandalf fighting the Balrog, down he goes. No, you don't. I don't know why Tyrael couldn't kill him there. Meanwhile, Bale and Tal Rasha implore Marius to help. Yeah, we don't get to see how these two are battling, but... Oh, that's a miss. That's a fail.
Fool! You have just ensured the doom of this world. You cannot even begin to imagine what you've set in motion this day. Go to the Temple of Light in the eastern city of Karas. There you will find the gate to hell opened before you. You must find the courage to step through that gate, Marius. Take the stone you hold to the Hellforge, where it will be destroyed. Now run. Take the stone and run!
Meanwhile, Tal Rasha is possessed and very powerful. And Tyrael cannot win against him.
What choice did I have? I ran.
So, before we arrived...
Greetings.
Before we arrived into... Lutgalain, and then the tomb of Tal Rasha, Diablo arrived with Marius and set free Tal Rasha and Bale. Marius pulled the soul stone out of Tal Rasha's chest, meaning Bale was somehow no longer bound or contained, not sure. Tal Rasha, the very powerful mage possessed by Bale. And Tyrael says, take that soul to the Hellforge in actual hell. Go through the portal in Kurust to the east. Go into hell, destroy the Soulstone. That is your mission. And then Tyrael gets effectively defeated and trapped in that tomb until we show up. And that is the story. Alright, so that's where we're going to pause for effectively the story of this playthrough and probably the end of the story and gameplay stream tonight. What we're going to do now, I'm going to touch on mods, my mods for about 10 minutes, and then we're all done for today. So let us talk about mods, shall we? And my mods I have created. So we have a few. Where do we want to start? Probably more sockets. This is an easy mod to talk about, where it enables items to have sockets created in them beyond... maybe we should jump out onto another character. Which one can I demonstrate this on? I'm not sure. Maybe my Amazon? Not sure. Using my mod as described on the mod page. Yes, this is a We'll get to the green text in a minute, but this also doesn't show it too well. And that doesn't show it either. Alright, let's jump on a different tune. Maybe my Necromancer. But effectively, I've enabled sockets to appear, or to be created. There you go, there's these gloves. This works twofold. So firstly, my mod, More Sockets, enables you to socket gear to have more sockets in them than they might otherwise by default. This does mean you can have more flexibility in the items and the sockets you put in them. It does mean that boots, belts, and gloves can now have sockets, as well as amulets, rings, and not charms. That's right, not charms. There is the limit as to how much can be held, so it's limited by the number of squares taken up by a piece of gear. If it's a four square item, that's the maximum number of sockets you can have. Using Larzok to add sockets in Act 5 will typically only add one socket to any piece of gear that's not a white or normal plain piece. If you are using the mod called Socket Punching, here it is, you can combine jewels, so a number of jewels you can combine with an item in the cube to socket that number of sockets into it, including if it is a unique or a special piece of gear. You can add the sockets to the maximum of that piece, which is usually going to be 6, but check the mod page for details. Where this further has expansion is if you are using my mod called Runewords Unlocked that I have created. This enables you to create rune word items or rune word recipes using runes on any piece of gear. The configuration items in the configuration options in the mod will let you tune that to your liking. But for example, on my Necromancer here, I have created a set of spirit gloves. By default, spirit can only go in a 4-socket weapon or a 4-socket shield. And a 4-socket shield is usually only the Monarch or above shield, which require a lot of strength and you can't get until later in the game. This is now a lot more flexible, again, enables you to create more powerful builds and more powerful gear. Hence why I tend to play on difficulty increased by using /players 4, 5, or 6 up to 8, usually, if I've got gear like this that I've created. In the earlier stages of the game where I'm using vanilla gear, I don't bump it up too much. You can also do it if you're playing Diablo 2 Resurrected offline mode in gameplay, and you can see there is a difficulty scaler here. Next on the list, we have Band of Mercs. This is the first mod I pursued in creating for Diablo 2 Resurrected. It is, well, it ended up being a lot harder to create than I expected, but it means I learned a lot in how to make Diablo 2 mods. There's a lot of challenges and limitations in what you can and can't create in Diablo 2 mods if you're doing soft modding. If you're doing more hard code modding with DLL file edits and recompiles, you can do a lot more. That's why some of the overhauls are more impressive. I have no interest in doing that. But what we have created, considering in modded games, there is no ability to play multiplayer at all. And there's no ability to do an offline LAN mode, so you can't do a non-battle.net or non-ladder. Well, you can do non-ladder, but anyway, you still got to play on battle.net at all by default. You can't do custom games or LAN games with your friends, which is what we used to do in the old days for trying to share gear and actually succeeding in this game a little more, especially towards the end game. So I created a mod which enables you to have a summon for each of the mercenaries you can unlock through in the game. Now, they're not an embodiment or a copy or a version of the exact mercenaries from each act. They are a modification to it. Anyway, let's get a few of them up. Our first one is the Rogue. we can summon a rogue. So you get these charms from typically the magic dealer in each act. So talk to them. So for example, in Act 1 here, we can talk to Akara. And on the tab here, we've already bought it, so she doesn't have it listed there. You can get a charm, which gives you a skill to summon a rogue. The rogue does not do much damage, but it does illuminate enemies, and it does do some stunning and occasional knocking back of enemies. These summons, or these mercenary party members, are mostly utility focused. They don't do a lot of damage, trying to preserve some balance. I initially was trying to create them where they would do damage and they would have health pools, etc. But trying to get this thing balanced was a nightmare. I gave up. I didn't have the time to do it. So they are effectively invincible. They can't die, but also it's very rare for something to try and attack them directly. They will usually try and fight either you or your real mercenary who does have health. But they bring utility. Rogue brings knockback, stun, and revealing using inner sight. But not much damage, and the stun and knockback doesn't always trigger either. Secondly, our Desert Merc. He brings with him an aura of concentration, which will buff the whole party's chance to hit, stops you from being interrupted if you are casting or attacking, or at least reduces the chance to be interrupted, and also increases the damage a bit as well. So that is a handy aura that he has, and obviously that will still stack with most other auras, unless you happen to be a paladin who is using the concentration aura, which is almost no one, so yay! Third summon, the Iron Wolves from Act 3. These are supposed to be mostly magic dealers. This guy, to quote Bright, is a bit of a potato. So the AI for the mercs for this guy, for some reason, he will mostly stand around not doing much. He will not attack many things unless things get really close. Ultimately, that's okay. He brings about the conviction aura. So he will lower the resistances of enemies with that green conviction aura instead, as a utility to try and buff you and your party's damage. If he does attack, melee attack with his sword into enemies, he will effectively do a static field. Static field is a lightning skill by the sorceress that reduces enemy health by a percentage, like 20% or something. Well, I think 25, then 12, then whatever, depending on the difficulty level. Anyway, if he does hit, it's awesome. He reduces everyone in the vicinity's health by, 10 to 20%. But it's pretty rare. It's mostly here to reduce resistances, and works well especially against monsters with high resistances. And then finally, we have the Barbarian we can summon or get from Act 5. This guy will not do, again, not a lot of damage, but he will tend to stun most opponents he is fighting, to try and reduce the onslaught that can come in high-level game modes. And he will also buff the health of everyone in the party. So having him in your party, having him summon, will also mean you and everyone has more life as part of an aura he will emit as well. If you want more info, check out the mod page. I try to articulate it there, as well as any changes that may come about. So that works well, especially when you get them all stacked up. If you are doing this, I advise that you increase the game difficulty, but that's part of the fun. Make it harder, use your party, use your team, and succeed. Now finally, my last mod I'm going to talk about today is my Shades Custom Herodic Crafting mod. This is how we can create these dark green items that tend to be quite powerful. Now you might be looking at this going, shit, that's got a lot on it, that's overpowered. Overpowered maybe a little bit, hence why we again further increase the difficulty. But if you're looking at a lot of the numbers on here, you know, 9 cold resist, 9 lightning resist. They're low numbers at this stage. So you can add more stats, but only in small increments. And I'll show you how that works. Why don't we do an example on our new character? A new paladin. Let's see how this looks. So effectively, what we can do is with unique and set items, we can buy crystals to absorb the features or the characteristics out of them and apply them to gear that we do want to use. So let's start with just capturing a couple of stats. So here we go, stout nail, and so we're not going to use that, so we'll capture some shit from there, as well as Horus's boots. That sounds good. Now we've already identified these items.
How may I help you?
Let's sell these off. Okay. Talk to your magic dealer in the relevant act. So for Act 2, it is Drognan.
Let's trade.
Let's trade. What do I want to absorb from here? Well, I like the fact that this thing has enhanced damage. I want to enhance the damage, so I will buy a blank damage crystal. Here's how it works. Yoink, we've bought that, thank you very much. And we want to use the thing from Horus's heel chain boots. Faster run walk. Let's get the speed crystal. Now this is the best I could come up with to trying to choose the individual stats, because it is damn near impossible to do it any other way. I'm open to suggestions, but this will only work against unique and set items, and that is because they are hard-coded to or soft-coded, but always going to have the same stats. That's how I can generate the recipes in the cube to give us what we want. All right, here is the club. Slap in the damage crystal we want to absorb. Damage stats, please. Here we go. Here is a crystal it's created. It adds 1 to 3 enhanced damage. 1 to 3%. Now you can get more of these and keep adding more of them, applying them to your gear to increase that overall percentage. Now in here, we are trying to get the faster run walk speed. There we go, 1 to 3% faster run walk. Again, these numbers may change slightly as I tune it or offer different versions. Check the mod page for info. Okay, that's great. We've got these legendary crystals. How can we actually use them? Well, why don't we go and create an item? Let's create a scepter or something. Elzix. I like to gamble. I find gambling is a good way because you can refresh it, and this is why I recommend using the gambling enhancement mod so that it includes all the gear pieces. But here we go, here's a scepter. Let's buy that. Alright, it has some alright stats. That's cool. Let's use that as a base. Now, the other thing we can do before we create our custom tempered item, this is something that exists in the game. Tempering exists as a function, and they didn't really do much with it. But what we can do is also, if you've got a... Well, why don't we use this as an example, actually. If we have... There's a blue item. Where is a rare item we don't want? Here we go. So we need to use things like magic essences to combine them. If we have a blue item, we hit the button, we just get a magic essence. That's cool, we'll need that for later. Here's a rare item. All right, cool, there's a rare magic essence. That's what we use for crafting or transferring properties for rare or magic items. Let's go to Drognan. Let's say we find an item. Maybe it's a scepter. Maybe it's an amulet or a ring. We get our blank crystal. Slap it in. I want to preserve these properties and put them onto something else. In goes our blank crystal. In goes our magic essence because it's blue. And my recipe fails to work. That's right, I remember now. You use the essence to apply it. I changed it. Alright, blank crystal and our thing. There we go. We have created... And somehow I haven't fixed that. I will fix that. We have created a crystal which has absorbed the properties. The properties absorbed can now be applied to any other item if we use the crystal and the appropriately colored essence. So if we now go to Farah, what have you got? Have you got any good weapons? We might want to use like a flail. Let's use a flail. That's a cool example. So now we can take this properties which has paladin specific bonuses and we can apply it to a random other weapon. Let's throw in our crystal. We want to apply it to that, so we need to sprinkle in the appropriate essence. Boom. Now this flail has those properties. That's our new base. This can be useful for creating jewelry as well. If you want to create either blue or yellow jewelry, happy days. That's how it can work. Let's get rid of this because this isn't meant to exist. I need to fix that. I'm still tuning the mod, as you can see. All right, let's turn this into a real weapon, a real item that we want to keep. We will have to sacrifice at least one of these. That's okay. Drognan, we need to buy another blank crystal, please. And a scroll. A couple of identify scrolls. We want to... No, don't throw the cube out. We need to turn this into a tempered item. Throw in your magic item you wish to keep. Throw in a scroll out of identify and a blank crystal. Boom. Now we got the dark ring text and it's tempered. Now we can continuously build onto this item. Beastbane Flail. I don't like that name. So we transmute it with another identify scroll. Skullcrack! Yes, that's a good name. Let's keep that. But you can keep re-rolling the name as much as you like using a scroll of identify. If you use Anya's ability to personalize an item in Act 5, it will keep your character's name out the front and still regenerate the random parts of the name. Alright, cool. Let's add some properties to this item. We need some legendary essence. Do I have any? I have one. There we go. Otherwise, what we can do is we can take... yes, what do you want to talk to us for, Kane? I'm busy, Kane. Go away. What we can also do, again, is just transmute a set or unique item to get legendary magic essence. Throw the item in, throw some essence in, throw in the crystal we want to apply to it. Depending on the settings you set in the mod will vary in the mod configuration in D2RMM, Diablo 2 Resurrected Mod Manager. This will influence the percentage chance of success. Here's our stuff in there. Did it work? It did. We gained 1 extra maximum damage.
Good to see you.
If we apply more items, more properties to it. Do we have one? Faster cast rate. There we go. Let's throw this in as an example. Faster cast rate, either for weapon or armor. Remember, these are separate, so you can only absorb weapon properties into weapon crystals and apply them to weapons. There's no cross-pollination there, no crossing the streams. Just going to apply, what do we got? Faster cast rate. 1% faster cast rate. There we go, we got the lowest of both. But over time, as you collect more of these things, you can continuously buff and improve these items. And that is how you can then see we create more powerful items like what I have on my other characters. This, I think, is pretty fun. There are ways to tune it in the mod options to get what you like. It can end up being a bit overpowered over time, but it takes a while to get there. You can only apply little benefits, one step at a time, and each time you buy a crystal that costs gold, and you must destroy an item for the property, you must destroy another item for the essence. But you can end up building to be quite powerful items, like the weapon I have on my necromancer here, where he's got a lot of bonuses to necromancer skills. I like applying it onto a belt because belt items in the game are pretty average, so I tend to build either a shield and a belt, or a weapon and a belt, or in this case, all three, and gradually over time add more stats to them. There are limits as to what the game will apply to an item. For example, you can have no more than 7 skill class For example, you can have no more than 7 skill levels for a class. So you can see on here 7 necromancer skill levels are applied to this item. It doesn't go any higher than that. Hence why you might need to spread some of these out across multiple items that you wear. So my approach is I tend to go with a dark green tempered custom item for a belt, maybe a weapon. Probably go with a unique or a rune recipe on the chest. Similar for gloves and feet. And for jewelry, I suggest going with the likes of rare and magic jewelry items, using the trick that we did at the start for preserving useful stats onto crystals and applying them onto whatever item you like, such as a weapon or a jewelry piece. So for example, these arrows here. Now there's a mod I've got on that enables arrows to spawn with rare properties. 3 to poison and bone skills. Hells yeah, if you got a poison and bone necromancer. We would grab that. We would go and visit our local magic dealer. Give me one of those blank crystals, please, Akara. Throw that in. There we go. Now we have something we can apply to a ring or any other item and preserve these properties. Very cool, I think, very useful and quite fun. One thing you cannot do though, when we created our weapon earlier, it can only be white or blue. You cannot use a rare, unique, or set item as a base for your custom crafted weapons or armor. Hopefully that makes sense. Again, details will be on the mod page, as well as some discussion and suggestions there. Get amongst it, play with it, let me know your thoughts and feedback, share some pictures of the cool items that you have built over the time of your playthrough, because it takes a while to build these up, but the further you get into the game, the more you need these capabilities. I think it's fun, especially considering some of the scarcity of powerful items in this game, but hopefully that is beneficial to anyone who might be interested in using these mods. And Vito, you've got to head off. No worries. I am heading off now too. Thank you very much to everyone who's come along to hang out tonight. It has been fun to play through a bunch of campaign for a bonus stream this weekend. The other reason I wanted to do this was to record footage for a lot of the mods that I have on how to set them up, how to use them, and my own mods I have created. We will probably continue the Paladin playthrough at some stage, maybe in a couple of weeks, just to finish off the story. We shall see. I thought we would move faster through it, but when you are fighting all the bits and talking to all the people, it does pad it out a bit. But anyway, that's enough talking from me. Really appreciate it for this bonus stream. It has been quite a session. It's been awesome to have you come along. Hope everyone has a good day, afternoon, morning, or evening, whatever you're up to. Thank you very much. This has been Nerdedness. I've been Shade. You have been awesome. And we'll catch you all again very soon. See you later.